All right, this is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
All right, thank you. At this time, we'll call the meeting to order. Ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera. Councilmember Chacon.
Present.
Councilmember Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Hurst.
Present.
Councilmember Kim.
Here.
Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Now I'm looking for a motion to excuse the member not present. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Member is excused. This past week, Commerce City suffered the loss of 2 youth in our community. Both were losses that are heartbreaking and were avoidable. As we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance in a moment of silence, I ask you all to remember the lives lost and keep in your thoughts and prayers the friends and family members of the 2 lost souls, as well as all the community members affected by these 2 tragedies. Following our moment of silence, Boy Scout Pack 414 will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for the moment of silence and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please prepare yourself for the Pledge of Allegiance. Scout salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. 2.
Thank you, Boy Scout Pack 414, for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. This time, I'm looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence, and the agenda is adopted. Going to move on to noticed council business. The first item of noticed council business is a discussion on traffic calming measures. No parent should have to worry about the safety of their children crossing the street near our schools. We as a city have a duty to protect the most vulnerable in our community. Although the fatal hit-and-run accident that took the life of Kara Kincaid near Monaco Elementary School last week did not occur within the city limits of Commerce City, it has impacted residents both within and outside the city's boundaries. Residents that live in the unincorporated areas of Adams County adjacent to our city are still our friends, our neighbors, and our family members. They deserve the same protection that we would provide to our own residents within the imaginary lines we call city limits. This accident was not only heartbreaking and unfortunate, but the risks of an accident like this occurring could have been significantly reduced. It is tragic that streets this accident occurred on and other roadways like this are not patrolled on a more frequent basis by our police department, the Adams County Sheriff's Office, and the Colorado State Patrol to address the concerns of residents who have repeatedly noted unsafe driving and excessive speeding. It is also tragic that road improvements have not been made to reduce the occurrence of this excessive speeding. Commerce City, like most communities, has relied on a traffic calming policy to determine whether roadways in the city warrant the installation of physical traffic calming measures to control speeding. The policy follows guidelines and suggestions set forth by the Federal Highway Administration and within the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. The current traffic calming policy, which requires over 85% of the motorists on a roadway during a traffic study to be speeding more than 7 miles per hour before physical traffic calming measures are installed, has done little to make our streets safer. It does not take 85% of motorists traveling at excessive speeds to result in the loss of life on our city streets. It only takes one. The traffic calming policy has failed to address the concerns of our residents. That policy has failed the community. The time to act is long overdue. The time to act is now. Therefore, I move to direct city staff to install speed tables on the streets adjacent to all schools located within Commerce City and to use these speed tables as elevated crosswalks that will provide a safer means for children and other pedestrians to cross city streets walking to and from school, and to have these tables installed before the beginning of the 2023-2024 school year. In addition to taking this action around schools within the city limits, to also work with Adams County for schools that are in the unincorporated portions of the county serving students that live within our city limits, and if necessary, provide the funding and project oversight to see the installation of these speed tables. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to second that motion.
I have a motion and a second directing the installation of these speed tables around Commerce City schools. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you. So I have been contacted by many of our constituents, not only about the rate of speed that people travel around the schools, but also en route. So I would like to have the routes that kids take to go to school. One specifically is just north of 104th on Potomac. I've gone over there myself. I have tried to use the crosswalk, and people come barreling down that street at high rates of speed, especially the construction trucks. And I have been afraid for my life crossing the street. And so it can't just be right around the schools. We have to identify how kids get to school, and those routes have to be addressed as well. This breaks my heart that this could be happening to our kids. We've got to pay attention, encourage people to slow down, please. There is nothing that could be that important that they have to travel at such high rates of speed to get anywhere. And they have to be aware of their surroundings. So thank you very much for bringing this forward, but I would like to take it even further. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had the opportunity actually going down to that area, understanding it is part of unincorporated Adams County. When you go down the area altogether near Monaco and near Layden, that whole area, that intersection there, you see how rate of a speed they go. I do appreciate CCPD being actually out in those areas altogether. Kara was 16. She attended Lester Arnold High School, and she got hit by a red Dodge Magnum. And I know somebody out there knows who this person is or knows the vehicle, and I urge you to please contact the State Patrol if you or someone you know, or even family members that may know that red Dodge Magnum that sits out there. It's very telling as far as what that vehicle is, because we got to bring justice for her. And I do hope that that individual is found and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second directing the city staff to engage in the installation of these speed tables. Seeing no other discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 8-0, one excused absence. Additionally, I'd like to move for the city manager to prepare a study session to review and discuss the traffic calming policy at the earliest allowable time on our work schedule, and to bring back to this council suggestions for improving the policy in a manner that adequately addresses the concerns raised by our residents regarding the safety of our streets, be it near and around schools, in residential neighborhoods, or anywhere in which our current policy is doing little to nothing to fulfill a basic tenet of our responsibilities as city government in keeping residents safe. Councilmember Hurst.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second directing staff to prepare a study session for the discussion of our traffic calming policy. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also like to have it include the discussion that Councilmember Douglas raised about the routes that students take in order to get to the schools. There is, of course, funding available, safe routes to schools that we could be taking a look at. We also need to look at our particularly busy streets, Monaco, 104th, 96th. At 104th and on 96th, those children are expected to cross busy streets without bus service. And we have problems on them. 96, of course, is a designated truck route. And they have to walk to an elementary school across 96th with semis barreling down that street. There will be a high school there and a city park as well. So I think this is a larger discussion, as Councilmember Douglas pointed out. But at the same time, I would like to extend my deepest sympathies to the family and friends of Kara. And I hope then that we're able to do something that can make a difference. Thank you.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. And first and foremost, I want to say that staff is in complete agreement with what we've heard tonight from council. I do also want to say on behalf of the city to share our condolences to the family and the community in regards to the tragic incident. The outcry of pain and anger that we've heard is understandable and quite frankly justifiable. The community and council has made a call to action, and the city is willing to do its part. In some conversations that I've had with you all individually, we are beginning to work on that traffic calming plan, one that was raised earlier by the mayor, and looking at being able to implement those speed tables and other measures, and intend to do so for all schools, whether they are in the county or in the city. We want to do our part. And in that, we're going to be actively running through a process so that we can achieve the implementation of those tables with construction to begin in June. Now, that's just one measure that we as the city or staff are looking at. We are also exploring and developing a program called Safety Sensitive Zones. And in that, those are programs, that would be a program for neighborhoods where speeding vehicles are a concern. I think we've heard some of those thoroughfares tonight from you all. And those zones would look at providing fixed radar signs, flashing yellow beacon signs, additional pavement markings, and signage notifying motorists about entering a zone, and also possibly looking at higher fines. Once again, these are all comprehensive, holistic, and connected to one another to try to address this concern that we have in the community. At the same time, we are in the process of coordinating meetings with Adams County to establish a staff-level safety summit. How can we operationally look at improving the policing and the safety of the pockets and unincorporated Adams County, but also our city communities that are stitched within that as well, and how can we do that together? I say that tonight because we have to stand and we have to support our community, and we have to do what we can do to support them. And that's going to be our first step in responding to this call for action. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just also like to give my condolences, but just still like to recognize, even though this incident occurred in unincorporated Commerce City, we're still all Commerce City. We have the same zip code. And I think that needs to be recognized that, we need to take a stand, and no matter what, we're all still Commerce City, whether it's unincorporated or not. Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon?
I also wanted to extend my condolences to her family. But to that being said, we did fail our youth. Are there cameras in this space, lighting? I've grown up in the space where you are traveling across 2 railroad tracks and 3 highways, and it's incredibly dangerous. I've taken public transportation for well over 10 years, my whole life as a youth. So just being really mindful that this has been going on for a really long time. Just how can we be more transformative? Because we need to have protective measures that are a priority at this point, because one death is enough. And being really mindful about how we can be thoughtful to have multimodal and, yes, enforceable protection specifically. This was a hit and run. And this is not new, especially to Commerce City, that oftentimes these go where they're not prosecuted. So being able to give justice to the family, but at the same time use that as a transformative education piece, that this is all it took for us to get our act together. And if it is unincorporated Adams County, how we can work with neighboring spaces to be protective, because this is not new to youth. This is definitely not new to our communities, but this needs to be enough already. So I really extend my condolences to her family, and I'm so sorry.
All right, the motion second to have a traffic calming policy study session at the earliest convenience. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, 1 excused absence. To the Kincaid family and all those affected by this, I know that the actions that we took this evening will not bring your family member back. Jen and I both languish with the pain associated with this accident and what it has done to our community. We hope that the actions that we are taking will serve as a means to prevent future senseless loss of life in this manner within our city and within the area surrounding our city. Everybody that came out this evening, thank you for being here, and thank you for showing your support as we took this action. We're going to move on to discussion on a moratorium for marijuana store licenses in Ward 1 and 2. I'll invite Councilmember Alan Thomas to introduce our item.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a total of 5 marijuana retail stores in Ward 2 and 7 in Ward 1 in Commerce City. There are 2 medical stores in Ward 2 and 1 in Ward 1. On Quebec Street from East 60th Avenue to I-270, there are 6 marijuana stores. One of them is 2 blocks away from an elementary school. Many cannabis users are people of color. Less than 2% of cannabis retail store owners are people of color. They are continuously growing in areas of traditionally marginalized communities. I constantly receive concerns from residents and my constituents regarding the increase in new marijuana and smoke shops opening in the community. I realize we have a study session coming up on marijuana, but I feel this is an urgent situation to address. I move to direct the city attorney to work with staff to draft a resolution establishing a 12-month moratorium on new, not pending applications for marijuana store licenses, retail and medical stores, and stores that would be in Wards 1 and 2. Thank you.
I have a motion to direct staff to draft an ordinance that would create a moratorium on new licenses for marijuana dispensaries in Ward 1 and 2. Is there a second?
Just to clarify, Mayor, I believe it's a resolution.
Resolution, my apologies. Councilmember Ford?
Yes, I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second directing staff to prepare a resolution that would create a moratorium on the issuance of licenses for marijuana dispensaries within Ward 1 and 2 for the period of 1 year. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you. So I totally agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas. I don't understand why there is such a glut of the cannabis stores in wards 1 and 2. You wouldn't see it in 3 and 4. And one of the reasons is because the people in Ward 1 and 2 are typically people who labor, they work. That means that they have to punch a clock, they have to be somewhere physically working. And a lot of times, because they aren't making what they're worth, they have to work a couple of jobs. The people in Ward 3 and 4 are afforded more, I guess, the luxury of leisure time. And so, therefore, if something like that came forward in those wards, you would see those people coming out to protest and to say, we don't want this in our neighborhoods. We're in marginalized communities. They don't have that kind of luxury of leisure time to be able to show up places and to voice their opinions. And so I don't know how these all came about and how they popped up, but Ward 1 and 2 have more than their fair share of these kinds of retail outlets, whether it be medical or recreational. When they first came to Commerce City, I was not on council, but I was an active member of the community. And I came forward to say that we have to be really careful about who we invite into our city. And I was concerned that this was going to happen. I have nothing against the use of cannabis. In fact, our son, who was in a horrible accident, he medicates with cannabis. That's how he relieves his pain. So I don't have anything against it, but I don't understand why some of our neighborhoods have to carry that burden more so than others, just because they don't have the time, the energy, the wherewithal to be able to come out and have their voices heard to protest. So thank you so much for bringing this forward, and I will wholeheartedly support this moratorium.
All right, motion is second to direct staff to draft a resolution creating moratorium for 1 year for new marijuana dispensaries in wards 1 and 2. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Next up, we have a request for public hearing on case S-740-19-23. I'll invite Mayor Pro Tem to introduce your item.
Mayor, that's an error because that one isn't mine. I think that's Councilmember Kim.
My apologies on that. We erroneously attributed these two items to you instead of the proper person, Councilmember Kim. So while I have your attention, would you like to discuss an Alsep Elementary trip to Estes Park being sponsored by Commerce City?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Last week, I was contacted by Patty Medina, who is the family liaison for Alsep Elementary School, requesting City Council's help for their 5th grade students to attend an overnight trip to the YMCA of the Rockies in Estes Park. The event is for 3 days, and the students engage in 4 classes that teach them things such as basic survivor skills, team building, and so many educational opportunities. This year, there are 67 students, and they are all hoping to attend. In the past, local businesses provided donations for the students to attend the overnight trip, but the businesses informed them that they are unable to assist this year. Each student has to pay $125 for room and board along with meals. Alsep already had a candy bar fundraiser in February of this year to help cover the cost for the classes, materials, and also the bus rental to get to the event and back. Each of the chaperones are responsible for their own cost. There is still not enough money for all the fifth graders to attend. I would like to make a motion to give all fifth graders $4,000 to attend the overnight trip to Estes Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Have a motion to donate $4,000 to Alsip Elementary to allow for this trip to Estes Park for the students. Councilmember Kim,
I'd like to second that.
have a motion and a second to donate the $4,000. Is there any discussion? No request for discussion. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Councilmember Kim, I believe you submitted the request to discuss a public hearing on case S-740-19-23. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. So this specific applicant is looking to have an adult community built out on the corner of Black Hawk Street and 104th Avenue. As this would affect a lot of the residents who live in the area, I think the best thing to do is actually bring this forward for an actual public hearing. So I'm requesting for a public hearing on this case.
I have a motion to have a public hearing by the Planning Commission and City Council on case S-740-19-23. Is there a second? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I would like to second that, please.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas? No. All right, I have a motion and a second to call up case S-740-19-23 for public hearings by the Planning Commission and City Council. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion will carry unanimously, 8-0 with one excused absence. And we're going to move on to case S-833-23. Councilmember Kim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. So specific with this case, I'd like to actually request that I rescind my motion on this case specifically, as it was done in error, realizing that it's a single-family attached residential, and it will stay that way.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on case S-833-23? Seeing none, we will move on. We're going to take a 12-minute recess. We'll be back at 6:40.
Well, they're doing pretty good. More than I've ever been busy. Just I've been down some staff, so I've been help out.
I hate when this kind of stuff happens. And you know what? I was pushing the county years ago to upgrade their school signage and stuff. But you know, honestly, it needs to go to the county. Yeah, absolutely. County needs to step in. County needs to step in.
People are going faster and faster.
And summertime right now, 124th is dessert. This is a problem. We need it. We need it. So, you know, here's the thing. When we're writing tickets, then everybody's on Facebook going, this speed traps and we're taking advantage of it. On the other hand, if we aren't paying attention, you're letting people know it's okay to speed, and then bad things happen. I guess the mayor served to do everything. Considering that's what happened. You gotta move for the place.
Yeah, why do we know Doka? Is he in here? I meant to look last night at Doka.
Oh, you know what? Doka, for the scaffolding? I don't know. I don't even know how it is. He's still? I don't know. I haven't seen it. No kidding. At Instant? No, I did not. Rosemary?
Looks like there's like this is one drive by from Highway 2, so I came to it looks like here there's some steel on the west end of the building. My thought is that they were putting a roof in the roof. Something failed. So that was like this afternoon. Jason must
I
have
looked at
told
my
us.
emails this morning. So
Yeah. Jason must have told us 404.
yeah, I was way ahead of my emails. I always try to look at them first thing. You know, the main thing is when we get into it, I surely hope that we don't mandatory sprinklers in residential units, because that would be a killer for all of us. I mean, we're already getting that will put a huge impact on residential. If we require sprinklers in all new construction or single family dwelling, that's easy. I'm sure we'll throw fire departments here to watch us and put new fire. So, none of them have called me. I haven't heard from a single one of them.
He was telling me the fire chief's coming there.
We shouldn't, I don't think. When it comes to sprinklers in residential,
All right, we're going to reconvene the council meeting. Apologize for the additional delay there. We're going to move on to citizen communication. All public comment will occur during citizen communication except for public hearings. Persons registered to speak under multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. City Council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before council. Please reserve your comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously, but do not generally respond to comments until later in the evening during administrative business. We're going to start with our virtual speakers tonight. First is going to be a Marvin Fox.
Marvin Fox, if you're in the meeting, you can raise your hand or press star 9. Mayor, it doesn't look like Marvin's in the meeting.
All right, Daniel Price.
All right, Daniel, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
All right, can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, council members. I want to share my condolences as well with the community regarding the youth that was killed by the hit and run. I've spent the last year teaching at Adams City Middle School and live in Ward 1. So hearing that news was really troubling to me, and I appreciate everyone in the meeting today, coming together around it and working towards some solutions so as it doesn't happen again, per the council members' comments. That kind of is related to my comment today about safety. There's something else that is constantly in my mind as living in Ward 1 related to breathing clean air and having a clean environment to live in. My wife and I purchased our home in Ward 1 last year. We love the community. As I said, I've been working in Adams 14. I'm also a board member for the Cultural Council. And I was really ticked off by the sulfur dioxide that was released into the air from the Suncor facility last week, and the poor communication from the facility, days after the high amounts of sulfur dioxide. And unlike, automotive accidents and hit and runs, the threat of pollution in our air is kind of a silent killer. It goes unnoticed, and it affects so many of us here in Ward 1. And I just, a lot of my anger and frustration is related just to the unpredictability, the uncertainty, and not knowing so much about what is in the air, when is it going to happen next. When I'm raising my child in the coming years, will that child be exposed to things that hurt its development? Being an educator, being someone who's really involved and wants to be more involved in the community, I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention, that this continues to be a problem. And per one of the council members' comments earlier about organization and organizing and how folks don't have time, as a teacher, I'm quite busy, but I want to lend my efforts to help organize, to either help the facility and community become more accountable, or to eventually, if need be, have that facility closed down. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Appreciate you speaking with us this evening. Next up is going to be Juan Bahina.
Juan, if you're in the meeting, you can use the raise hand feature or select star 9. Mayor Huseman, doesn't look like Juan is in the meeting.
Next will be Litzy Gutierrez.
Litzy, if you're in the meeting, could you use the raise hand feature or select star 9? Mayor Huseman, doesn't look like Litzy is in the meeting.
Michael Burrell.
Michael, if you're in the meeting, could you raise your hand or use the star 9 feature? Mayor Huseman, doesn't look like Michael's in the meeting.
Okay, that's all we have for virtual speakers. We'll move on to our in-person speakers. First up is going to be Brandy Valdez.
Deflated me.
You can start with your name and your address for the record.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Brandy, and I'm from Commerce City. I, along with several other people, have gone along through our community in the last couple days and have gotten over 800 signatures from community members throughout all the schools, favoring, speed bumps and stuff. And I did write a speech, and it's going to go, I guess I'll start with, we protect our children from the time they are conceived. When they start getting older, we let them go out and try to navigate on their own in this world, and we tell them that, they're our future and they can make a change in the world. We tell them to trust the process and the right always wins. What we don't tell them is that if you believe in something, it doesn't matter because it doesn't fit an agenda. We don't tell them that no matter how hard you fight it, it's just gonna be pushed under the rug. We live in a community where it's not even safe to cross a street in a crosswalk or with a crossing guard, or play on our own sidewalks, and we have a problem. And in our city, our county leaders refuse to act. Leaders that ignore the pleas of its citizens, then there is a major problem here. And a problem that you are a part of. That when our community leaders refuse to listen to its community pleas over and over, you become part of the problem. You become like an oppressor, and our community becomes victims. Too long in our community, we have been lied to, ignored, pacified, abused, and victimized. At what point do our elected leaders get to be held to the promises that they have made all of us? Many of us have gone around collecting signatures for years, asking for speed bumps, better crosswalks, visible signs, more patrols, basic safety requests that have been met with a blind eye from our community leaders. When do you take ownership for your part in contributing to the problem? I am here along with many other supporters throughout the community demanding that you and Adams County also do something. Our elected officials need to do better for our community and our children. Our businesses and our cities deserve better. And failing to do so will be a clear message to all of us in the community that we don't matter. Tonight, I hear you guys have had a plan for safety throughout our community, and it's great now. I guess my question is gonna be is when can we begin to see these changes being implemented? And thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here. Next will be Jojo Lopez.
Thank you. My name is Jojo Lopez. Firstly, I want to recognize the family of Cara Kincaid and say I'm very truly sorry for your loss, and I'm sending so much love and prayers your way. I have 2 prayers prepared. Please guide the surviving family members of Cara Kincaid and help them to recover from the pain of loss, give them faith, comfort, and a strong heart to be able to eventually go on in their daily lives. Please embrace my friend and her family whose hearts today overflow with grief, unanswered questions, and such a sense of loss. Please grant them space to express their tears, hold them close, and give them peace in coming days. Speaking for myself and on the behalf of those in my community who could not make it out, we need a better solution for the safety of the community. There are many areas that are out of hands with the city, so to the commissioners, I beg of you to work with the city and hear our cry as we ask for your help bringing more safety in and around our schools and neighborhoods. Maybe we can get speed bumps or speed traps. Maybe we can't, maybe we can, but at least get security out there in front of the schools and kid-friendly areas, at least until curfew. As you can see, what happened to Cara Kincaid has not been taken lightly. Something needs to happen to assure better safety of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here with us. Next will be Amanda Knorr.
Hi, I am here in support of Cara and her family. Myself and my daughter live on 76th, and we watched the whole thing from my bedroom window. And on Wednesday morning, I had to explain to her what death is and why a little girl died. She understands that people that older have lived their lives, That's part of life, is we die when we're old, but she didn't understand why a little girl died. And I'm just here to plead. She's learning how to ride her bike. She's learning how to roller skate. She loves to go on scooter rides, and it's scary. I don't want to take my child in my neighborhood to do fun things. I take her outside of my neighborhood so we're safe. It should be safe in my neighborhood, in my community, and we don't feel safe. And I'm just here to speak out for Kara and her family and for the people that live in the community that feel the same way. So thank you for listening, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being with us this evening. Next will be Jennifer Blankenship.
Hello, my name is Jennifer. I've been a resident of Commerce City for 30 years, since 1991. Currently, I am an EMT. I'm here to talk about Kara Kincaid. I never met her, I never knew her, but that night this tragedy happened, I was on a walk with my dog. You know, people just started running, and I saw people across the way. They were just like this, you know, visibly in shock. And then I heard in the distance somebody got hit by a car. She got hit by a car. And my instinct as an EMT is to just, you know, go to the scene and help. And so I just let my dog go out of instinct, and I ran over to the scene. A young girl was already on the ground doing CPR. I checked Kara's breathing and her pulse, and there was none. I looked in her eyes, and her eyes were gray and hazy, and I could just tell from my experience as an EMT that her life was already gone. My son goes to this school. He's an 11-year-old boy. We have crossed this road for the last 7 years that he's been going since kindergarten. Many times we have tried to cross this road. We have been practically in the middle of the crosswalk, and cars will still go by us, not a care in the world. One time we were fortunate enough that an officer was behind us, and I turned around and I looked at him because the car proceeded, and this cop waved me on, and he went and pulled them over. But often there's not any officers around. When I'm at work, I do worry about my son crossing that road by himself. Sometimes I reluctantly wait for your son to the non-attendance message or voicemail or whatnot that my son didn't make it to school that day because he crosses this road daily. There is zero evidence in this area that there is a school, so if somebody was not around this area, they do not know it's a school zone. I, along with Brandy here, have collected over 800 signatures, and that is a question I have asked many people. Can you tell this area is a school zone? And 99% of the answers were no. There's no markings on the street. There's nothing that says school zone. There's no orange or yellow. There's no lights. There is a small light that says school zone, but it is obstructed by a tree. That night that Kara got hit, I mentioned I let go of my dog and I just ran to help, and I was checking for pulses and breathing, and there were none. The a sheriff arrived fairly quickly, and he overtook CPR, and I remained with the officer and the girl. I asked him if he had a BVM, which is a bag valve mask, to assist with breathing, and he said he did not have one. And we remained on scene until the medics arrived. And once the medics arrived, I could tell that, by the way, they didn't transport her immediately, what we call in an emergency as load and go for very serious situation. They did not take her. That just only confirmed that she was gone. I would like to see, speed bumps, roundabouts, lights, more lighting, more signage, more street paintings to let people know that this is a school zone, because I don't want anyone else seeing what we saw that night or look into the eyes of a young girl that's lifeless. I hope her life creates change. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your story and for being with us this evening. Next is going to be Isabella Velasco.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Isabella Velasco. I live in Commerce City and I attend Lester Arnold High School. I am here as a member of Voz y Vision Validad Youth Advisory Board for Adelante Community Development. I want to thank you for this opportunity to voice my concern about youth on road safety. I am here asking you to take action to improve road safety. The last time I was here was almost 6 years ago. I had spoken to the past city council members to advocate for the youth at Kearney to get crosswalk lights. The end result was pleasing, seeing as Kearney did get those lights, but that is as far as it goes. Drivers are getting more and more reckless and being distracted. Unfortunately, this can be said about pedestrians, but I know as a fact that people who walk and people who drive share one thing in common, and that they are not aware of the impact they can make in less than 5 seconds. Looking at your phone while driving or even walking across the street can kill, as we have heard. We want our students to cross the street without fear of being hit, or any child for that fact. Students have already been injured and killed in street incidents. I don't want to be walking and suddenly end up dead. I don't want to be another number. I do not want to get promised that something will be done. I want something to get done. I want action taken to get something done. Again, years have gone by where I haven't seen anything being done. Overall, the community and myself want something done to improve road safety for drivers, pedestrians, and our community as a whole. Please contact our youth adult Ms. Maria Zubia, if you would like to connect with the group. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Next will be Leah Acevedo.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, and community. My name is Aaliyah Acevedo, and I am a sophomore at Adams City High School. I have come here tonight not only as a student and community member, but as an advocate. Last Tuesday, April 11th, I organized a school walkout. I want to thank the council members who attended, as well as our community who have supported us. Our walkout aimed to raise awareness against gun violence, sexual and domestic abuse, and MMIW, also known as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women. I am here to ask you, as the people who make decisions in our community, to work with our schools, parents, and students in order to improve safety protocols in our schools, whether it be allocating funds to fix our PA system at the high school, or simply discussing with our police department about protocols, because we want our students to go home. As I was quoted on the Denver Post, we want to learn. We want to live. We want to read books, not eulogies. You have the power to make sure our students are able to graduate instead of ending up on a tribute wall. Our students are not statistics. Keep our students safe. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being with us this evening. Next will be Jackie Valdez.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Jackie Valdez, and I live at 6796 Albion Street on the corner of 68th and Colorado Boulevard. In the past, I have been here and spoke with you concerning the speeding vehicles, the overlarge vehicles in the area of 68th and Colorado Boulevard and Brighton Boulevard. In that time, from then until now, I have numerous times contacted the police department, council, and also city manager. We have yet to get anything resolved. Commerce City Police Department has a duty to protect us. They cannot be out there on a 24-hour basis to stop these vehicles. They don't care about us at all. These vehicles come down through on Albion onto 68th from Colorado Boulevard in school zone time. I have stood out there screaming my brains out at these trucks, telling them, you don't belong on this road. This is a school zone. There are children going to school. Now, I, as a grandmother, have fought Commerce City to get speed bumps put in, school zone signs flashing. I went all the way around. I fought with them on to get it on the side of Kearney because I would be picking up my granddaughter from Kearney. Same thing. I've called on Adams, the high school, because the same thing is going on with that area there. I literally watched picking up my grandson almost get hit on Quebec because the traffic turning wasn't paying attention and turned into the wrong lane. The young lady that lost her life, I have been a part of her family for a very, very long time. And it breaks my heart to know that she's gone. She's got a beautiful mother, a beautiful family, and that young lady should still be here. And us as a community, it is our responsibility to start making sure that these children are safe. This idea of, oh, well, you know what, we're going to change things, and then 6 months later on down the line, we haven't changed anything. I go around and I look and I watch and I see how many vehicles, how many big vehicles go into the school zone areas. I've called Commerce City Police. They know me on a daily basis. They know me on an hourly basis where I have contacted them because of these big vehicles. Speeding vehicles up and down the street. It's becoming summertime. I've already made complaints about that. We as a community have to stand together. And I ask that you guys take into consideration what we're asking as far as to make these school zones safe for our children. You would want it for yours. Please make it for ours. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being with us this evening. Next up will be Maria Zubia.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this time, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I am here on behalf as a resident. First of all, I've been a resident all my life of Commerce City, and I recently started working with Adelante Community Development, and you heard from a few of our Youth Advisory Board members earlier on just now, but I have more of them. And this afternoon at our meeting, they went through and they wrote down things that they would like to see and suggestions they have regarding safety in this community. And we're talking specifically in the core city, because I know that as much as we don't like to admit it, there is a difference between the north and the south part of our city when it comes to safety. And the infrastructure is different. We have an older infrastructure that can't deal with as much traffic as we have been having. And years ago, as one of the members said, about 6 years ago, we came forward and also presented to City Council. My group at that point was called Voice, and they had the middle schoolers presenting. They did their own survey, came and presented, and talked about the safety issues around their school and how many of their teachers were almost hit by cars, and how many of the kids were almost hit by cars. They have many great ideas, and I think that it's about time that we start listening to what's good and what's best for the youth from the youth themselves. I think sometimes we underestimate what they have to bring and the power in their voice. So I am inviting you all. I have mentioned before that they are open to present understanding and talking with you. We had a plan that we would present to this group at a later time, but because of what happened last week and to begin with, my deepest sympathy for the family of Kara is that because of this, they decided to actually come forward and bring more information as to what they would like to see. So some of the things that they put on here were better visible crosswalks and stop signs that are visible, speed bumps and better crosswalks, signs around neighborhoods and schools, and also reminding drivers to please not ignore the current signs, and for them to realize that when people are crossing the street, it's tough for them. So speed bumps would be helpful, but also seeking parents to help and help teach their kids how to cross safely. We had also talked of possibly, again, having a crosswalk bridge for the high school from right across Quebec. People driving safer, reminding drivers that they need to look out for everyone. Everyone matters. Speed bumps so people can drive slower and others can cross the street. And other issues that they have around public safety. It's an endless list, so I won't go over all of them, but there's quite a few suggestions that our youth have. I just want to recommend that if at all possible, we can submit a list, a comprehensive list to you at a later time with some actionable items that they have come up with when it comes to signage, some very creative ways of seeing things that we are not typically used to because of how our systems are set up. So I want to thank you all again for this opportunity, and please remember that we need to start listening to our youth and taking care of our youth and the children in this part of the community. Like they said, they're not statistics, they're not numbers, they're children. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Next will be Maria Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Maria Gonzalez, 7296 Magnolia Street. I am the founder and CEO of Adelante Community Development, and I thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. First, I want to say about our community is in pain. Our hearts go out to the family of this child that was tragically killed and could have been saved if better policies and better opportunities established by our community leaders could have been in place. As you heard, a lot of our youth, their voice has not been heard. And I think it's very important for us to collaborate to bring this sense of belonging and to heal this pain that the community has for their lack of being listened to. You've got a lot of the solutions. You've got their testimony. We would like to ask to have the opportunity to collaborate with the community, to be that intermediator or mediator with the community and be able to come back with some solutions that benefit the overall community. Best practices, but listening to the community, make sure that, yes, there's enforcement, but we want a dashboard where the city commits that says every street is being monitored in this way, that we have the opportunity to validate those needs of the community, and that we have a tracking system that you as a leader and our police department are really making those changes that are promised. That's one. The other thing, I think this is such an impactful for our community. I would like, if the family allows, and you to have this traffic calming policy be named on this young lady so that we never forget that this happens and that we avoid any future opportunity that this might happen again. I think justice for this family is needed, and all of us have the responsibility. But I also urge the community to make the report, to be part of a better society, and community members to drive safe, to remember that this is a home, this is our community, this is where our children are going to school, this is where our businesses live, and to really have the accountability and the commitment to be better citizens and to have a better quality of life, which is something that Commerce City has strived for so long. So we want to be part of the solution. We just want that open opportunity to start this conversation and ensure that our needs of the community are being met. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time this evening. Next up will be Morgan Colon.
Good evening, Mayor Hoosman, members of the Commerce City Council. My name is Morgan Collin. I'm here on behalf of the Home Builders Association of Metro Denver. We're headquartered here in we're headquartered, our offices in Centennial, but this is part of our jurisdiction here. I'm here on behalf of concerns of the residential construction industry on two proposals here before you this evening. And these comments are consistent with letters that we submitted to Council last month on March 13th and March 21st. The first is the issue of mandating fire sprinklers for new residential single-family construction. It is our understanding that City Council intends to impose a new sprinkler requirement on all single-family homes within 8 feet of a property line. And while we believe the proposal seems well-intentioned, the apparent agreement seems to be made during a council meeting late last year, also appeared to be negotiated on the fly with more consideration placed on achieving council consensus rather than on implementing sound public policy based on public safety criteria, empirical evidence, and data. It is important to note that newly constructed homes are vastly safer compared to existing homes due to superior safety code standards and advancements in smoke alarm technologies. The increased cost of complying with these new mandates in Commerce City will increase the price of a home by approximately $8,000 for a single-family home, leaving these safer homes further out of reach for many aspiring residents. The other issue that our industry is concerned about is the proposal for a development impact fee, proposing a proposed increase for single-family homes by up to almost $11,000, and for a multifamily home by over $8,000. According to the fee study conducted by the city, this is the maximum justifiable amount under the study. And if both of these items passed, it will increase home prices by a combined amount of $19,000 for a single-family home here in Commerce City. As you're aware, Commerce City has already imposed a significant burden on new homeowners with the addition of 2 new impact fee increases for transportation and stormwater just this year, adding an additional $9,000 to the price of a home. These additional costs, especially if increased all at once, will make the cost of homeownership unattainable for many aspiring residents here with moderate incomes. The National Association of Home Builders priced out estimates from January 2023 indicate a $1,000 increase in the cost of a medium-priced home will further price out over 1,300 residents. Therefore, we are asking that you reconsider these proposals to decrease the amount below the maximum allowable amount, to implement them more gradually over time, and to not place the primary burden solely on aspiring homeowners, but make sure that everyone that is benefiting in Commerce City's economic development help pay their fair share as well. Thank you for your consideration this evening.
Mr. Roberts, do we have anybody else that has signed up since last email I received?
No, sir.
I'd like to thank most of you for speaking with us tonight. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Members of the public were able to submit written comments this afternoon. If anyone wishes to speak at a future council meeting, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. We're going to move on to proclamations. First proclamation is going to be for Arbor Day in Commerce City. I'll invite the city clerk to read the proclamation.
Whereas the City of Commerce City desires to recognize and observe Arbor Day along with others across the nation and throughout the world. And whereas the City of Commerce City is recognized as a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation for the 32nd consecutive year. And whereas the City Council and staff wish to promote an interest in the planting of trees in residential areas as well as city-owned parks, trails, and open spaces. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of a business areas, and beautify our community. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of Commerce City declares April 21st, 2023 as Arbor Day, recognized with activities such as providing flower seedlings and 8 free trees to the community. Be it further resolved that the council urges all residents to support efforts to care for our trees, woodlands, and support the city's community forestry program. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal to be affixed on the 7th day of April 2023.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion second to approve the proclamation declaring Arbor Day in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 8-0, 1 excused absence. I'd like to invite Donna Davis from the Colorado State Forest Service Program to present an award to the city.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. It's a pleasure to be here tonight for the reading of the proclamation for Arbor Day. And I'd like to introduce Donna Davis with the Colorado State Forest Service, who will be presenting the Tree City USA Award to the city. Again, this is our 32nd consecutive year receiving this. And I'm proud to say as a city employee that I've been here for all 32 of them. So thanks again.
I'd like to present this to the city.
If you can stand by, we're going to do 2 more proclamations, then come forward for a photo. Can you stand by for a moment for us?
Yes, and may I say a word?
Of course, please.
Yes, just on behalf of the National Arbor Day Foundation, it's with a great deal of honor that we present this award to the Commerce City and mayor and the council members. And for 32 years, that is quite an accomplishment. I just wanted to say that in 1991, I got the population for 1990. It was 16,771 people. And then the population for 2022 is 64,287. So I'm just trying to give you a visualization of how many years that has been that you have received this honor. You do have to qualify each year by having a board that manages the trees in the community or a department. You have to have ordinances that support tree care and tree efforts. You must spend $2 per capita. It can also be in kind toward your tree community population. And you also celebrate through educational activities, Arbor Day, and just to encourage people to embrace the trees within their communities. And I happened to put something in iTree just to give you an idea of what these trees did even 30 years ago when Tony planted probably some of those first couple hundred trees in the parks. And I looked at the trees in the parking lot. I just picked 25 trees out in our parking lot that perhaps we walk by when we plant our trees, or maybe we aim for them when it's a hot day. But, you know, those trees projecting 50 years into the future, and you can't quote me on this because I called them all bur oaks, which I know they are not, but they do a lot of benefit to our community. They are working for us. They provide ecosystem services. They provide 30,000 gallons of stormwater runoff just from the runoff, and they also capture 250,000 droplets of rain and gallons to keep that stormwater runoff concern away from our community. They protect us with protecting, the air quality for total removal of 466 pounds of particulates, including things like dust. I think this year we've had a lot of wind and things, so that kind of shares what they do for us in that regard. They also help with carbon dioxide storage, and that kind of helps clean the air for us. So there are silent partners out there making us healthier and just giving us a wonderful place to live. They don't just happen, they have to be planted and taken care of by people like Tony. So I just want to thank you for your support of the Arbor Day Foundation and for your being at Tree City USA for 32 years. It's quite a history, and we look forward to you into the future because they work for us, and it's quite an honor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here and sharing that with us and providing the reward for us. Again, we'll get a photo here in a minute after we do 2 more proclamations, okay? All right, next is going to be National Nurses Month in Commerce City, Colorado. I'll invite Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas registered nurses in the United States constitute our nation's largest healthcare profession, and whereas the depth and breadth of registered nursing profession meets the different emerging healthcare needs of the American population in a wide range of settings, including the front line of the pandemic. And whereas professional nursing is an indispensable component of the safety and quality of care of hospitalized and non-hospitalized patients. And whereas professional nursing is an indispensable component of the safety and quality of care of hospitalized patients, and whereas the demand of the registered nursing services will be greater than ever because of the aging of the American population, the continuing expansion of the life-sustaining technologies, and the explosive growth of home health care services. And whereas more qualified registered nurses are needed in the future to meet the increasingly complex needs of healthcare consumers in this community. And whereas the cost-effective, safe, and high-quality healthcare services provided by registered nurses will be an increasingly important component of the United States healthcare delivery system in the future. Now, therefore, I, Benjamin Huseman, Mayor of Commerce City, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2023 as Nurses Month with the theme, You Make a Difference. With appreciation for nurses' unparalleled impact during the pandemic and their contributions to healthcare, and an open invitation to #ThankANurse for enriching our lives and the world we live in. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve this proclamation.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve the proclamation declaring this is National Nurses Month in Commerce City. Is there a second? Councilmember Hurst?
Yes, I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second declaring National Nurses Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I'd just like to say thank you for doing this. My mother got her nurse's license as a registered nurse when she was 41 years old. And thank goodness she did that because my father passed away not long after that. And she was able to provide for my 2 younger siblings. And she worked really hard, but she loved what she did. And she's retired now, but nurses are to be recognized, especially just think of what they went through during the pandemic and how they were so brave to go to work every day and face what they had to do and take their own lives and put them aside, those lives aside, to save other lives. So this proclamation is very special to me. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and I just want everyone to know I got into nursing, been a nurse going on 30 years now, and lost my mother at the early age of 56 years old, which inspired me to become a nurse. So it's one of the most rewarding careers that I've had, being there for someone. So I just want to encourage everyone to be a nurse. This is a really important profession in the world, and just want to remind everyone that there is now a Colorado nurse's license plate that is available to be purchased, and that extra cost for that money is to go to scholarships for anyone that is pursuing a degree in nursing. So just wanted to thank all the nurses out there, and I've enjoyed being a family nurse practitioner. Thank you.
I appreciate you bringing a license plate up. I actually saw one last week as I was driving to work and thought to myself when I saw it, hey, the Mayor Pro Tem did that. Yeah, those that don't know, she was actually the driving force behind getting that license plate approved and available for people in the state to use. And the funds go to a great cause, providing scholarships to increase the nurses that we have and try to chip away at some of the nursing shortage that is plaguing this country right now. So again, kudos to you, Mayor Pro Tem, on your work to do for that license plate.
Thank you, Mayor.
I have a motion and a second to declare National Nurses Month in Commerce City. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, we have Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month in Commerce City. I'll invite the city clerk to read the proclamation.
Whereas Sikhs have been living in the United States for more than 100 years, and during the early 20th century, thousands of Sikh Americans worked on farms, in lumber mills and mines, and on the Oregon, Pacific, and Eastern Railroad. And whereas Sikhism is the 5th largest religion in the world today, and there are more than 26 million Sikhs worldwide. And whereas, since arriving, Sikhs have made valuable contributions to the state of Colorado, including establishing multiple Gurdwaras, House of Prayer, and whereas Sikh Americans pursue diverse professions and make rich contributions to the social, cultural, and economic vibrancy of Colorado, including service as members of the United States Armed Forces and significant contributions in agriculture, information technology, small business, the hotel industry, trucking, medicine, politics, technology, and many other industries. And whereas Sikh Americans strive to distinguish themselves by fostering respect among all people through faith, leadership, service, and the promotion of equality of all human beings. And whereas today the City of Commerce City, Colorado, seeks to highlight the diversity of its communities and afford all residents the opportunity to better understand, recognize, and appreciate the rich history and shared experiences of Sikh Americans. Now, therefore, I, Benjamin Huseman, Mayor of Commerce City, on behalf of City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2023 as Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month.
Thank you, sir. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Douglas.
I'd like to second that, please.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I'm just so happy to know so many of you in the audience, and I'm proud to call you all friends. So I just wanted to mention that, and can't wait to take the picture. We're going to take a picture, right? Okay, thanks.
All right, I have a motion and a second declaring Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month in Commerce City. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 8-0, one excused absence. We're going to all go down forward for some photos. First up, we'll receive our award for Arbor Day with Mr. Emilio and Donna Davis from the Colorado State Forest Service Program. And then we'll invite all the individuals that wish to come forward for a photo for Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month.
Hey, good to see you, sir.
All right, next on the agenda is the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, or non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 6 items listed under the consent agenda. This time, does anybody on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda? Councilmember Noble.
Yes, I'm pulling minutes 23-099.
All right, we're going to pull minutes 23-099. Are there any others? Seeing none, looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the March 20th, 2023 regular meeting. Ordinance Z-967-23, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at 8442 Inta Street from Agricultural District AG to Medium Intensity Industrial District I-2. Ordinance 2473, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Walmart local community grant in the amount of $4,500 to support youth service bike programs and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2504, an ordinance amending the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to revise Section 2-2001 concerning regular meetings and study sessions, adding a new Section 2-2004 concerning emergency meetings, and repealing and replacing Ordinance 2291. Ordinance 2505, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation grant in the amount of $6,000 for click it or ticket and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, 1 excused absence. All right, Councilmember Noble, you wish to pull the minutes from the April 3rd, 2023 meeting, known as minutes 23-099. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I pulled the minutes because of a motion I made during administrative council business and the way it's expressed in the minutes. My motion was for town halls in each ward by the end of the second quarter. I wanted to ask the city council if any of you interpreted that motion as indicating I wanted town halls about redistricting and ward boundaries.
I'm sorry, can you clarify your question one more time?
Yes, my question is, did any member of the council, when you voted, it passed 8-0, or 9-0, did any member of the city council interpret my motion for town halls in the wards to be for the purpose of explaining redistricting and ward boundaries, new ward boundaries?
That is the way that I interpreted your motion. That also happened on the evening whenever we approved the new ward boundaries. And if I recall correctly, you were concerned that we needed to be able to get the word out properly to residents on what ward they now live in, should they have changed. So the way that the motion is drafted in the minutes is an accurate reflection of my memory of the events of that evening.
My motion was, I move for staff assistance, preparation and marketing, and reserved community rooms for ward town halls to be held for each of the 4 wards by the end of the second quarter of 2023. I think that this was not as I intended, and I'm asking the other council members, Mr. Mayor, if they interpreted my motion as being for the purpose of redistricting and ward boundary explanation.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I won't add much to what Mayor Huseman said, but I think my memory thinks it the same way. And the reason I suggest that is because we also talked to the clerk, and the clerk agreed to these meetings. And so I thought the clerk was talking about the presentation that was just given about the boundary changes for the wards and how we have an election coming up at the end of the year. So we wanted to make sure we communicated those changes before the election happened and therefore the second quarter end date.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. It was my understanding as well with Councilmember Noble that the motion was for town halls for information regarding what each council member wanted to address, not specifically to talk about the new districting. So I understood the motion to be that way as well as what Councilmember Noble is stating. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
And I'd like to echo that as well. I thought it was, since the redistricting boundaries had been changed and are now in effect, there's 7 months before the election happens. And so therefore, people should get to know the person who is representing their ward. It may only be for 7 months, but they're still representing those people. And so here's an opportunity for you to get to know who is representing you now, because the change has been made. So that's how I interpreted it. So I concur with Councilmember Noble and Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas as well.
All right.
I'd like to ask the city attorney how we address this then, since there was not consensus in terms of understanding my motion.
So there are a couple of options, Councilmember Noble. First, I'd like to point out that the council meetings are available on YouTube and televised. And so it's my understanding the minutes are a reflection of not just understanding the meeting, but they're drafted watching. But I guess the clerk's office can correct me if I'm wrong, and there is an opportunity to view that as well, which potentially could clarify things. In terms of the minutes themselves, there doesn't appear to be consensus with respect to changing the minutes, nor do I think that would be appropriate if the mayor rephrased the motion as he understood it, which is likely what happened, although I don't have the video in front of me right now. And so what could be done is the minutes could reflect what you actually said at the meeting kind of verbatim, and then what the mayor restated the motion as. But one way to provide clarification might be to either do a new motion at this meeting or to do a motion to rescind your prior motion and have council vote on whatever your actual intention was with respect to that initial motion.
Okay, so if I, and I did provide the motion in writing in advance of the meeting, and I read the motion as I wrote it. I think that, should I rescind now or wait until later?
I think normally this is done in administrative council business, but it's up to the mayor, essentially as the chair of the meeting, to either allow the motion now or consensus from council to do that.
What is your pleasure, Mayor Huseman?
We'll do that during administrative council business. At this time, I'd like to take a 4-minute recess. All right, we'll reconvene the council meeting. During the recess, I took the time to pull up the April 3rd, 2023 meeting, and I looked at the motion made by Councilmember Noble. She is correct in her statement that she was made as far as the motion. However, she did continue on to say this will give the opportunity to introduce residents to the new shapes of the wards. Therefore, I believe that the minutes that are reflected in our packet accurately depict the motion that was made that evening. Councilmember Noble?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Then in that case, I will be making another motion during administrative council business on an urgency basis to rescind my motion and clarify precisely what I intended. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve minutes 23-099. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. I have a motion and a second to approve minutes 23-099. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
So if we agree to approve them as they are presented, does that mean that we agree what the context is, or content?
Yes.
Okay, so, all right, thank you.
If I may clarify, Councilmember Douglas, the minutes are just a mere reflection of what occurred at the meeting. They're not necessarily going to reflect sort of what you all might be thinking or particular types of intentions, so.
Thank you for that clarification, I appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I need a clarification as well from the city attorney, because if we approve this, we still can have these meetings for the district boundaries until another motion is made, correct?
So right now, you all moved to have those town hall meetings with respect to the ward redistricting issues. That's what the mayor stated, I believe, on the record and what everyone voted for. So without a motion to rescind, yes, those could and would occur. If a motion to rescind were on the table, then that motion would no longer be applicable, and then Councilmember Noble could bring both her motion to rescind and then a new motion. I will add that because there was no specific notice to council members, unless there was, prior to the meeting about the motion to rescind, you'd need a 2/3 vote to actually rescind that motion, which I think is 6 of you today. But otherwise, yeah, let me know if that answered your question.
Thank you. Thanks.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I still need clarification then. So by agreeing to the minutes as they stand, that means that we would be agreeing to do the town halls the way it's written in the minutes?
No, the town halls were already, there was a motion for the town halls to occur, and that was already approved. The minutes just reflect what occurred at the meeting, which includes that motion and approval. So regardless of whether you move to approve the minutes, those town halls, unless a motion to rescind were brought by council, would occur because that's what council moved to do on the, I believe, the April 3rd meeting.
Okay, I just want my vote to be accurate. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
For clarification for my colleagues, this is how it reads in the minutes. A motion was made by Councilmember Noble, seconded by Councilmember Kim, to direct staff to assist, prepare, market, and reserve community rooms for ward town halls to discuss redistricting and new ward boundaries with the community. I would prefer that my motion and the mayor's motion be in these minutes. How does that occur?
That would be fine to have the motion, to have the minutes reflect exactly what you said, and then the motion that the mayor repeated. That would be fine.
Okay, and then the mayor has determined that I cannot rescind at this point. I need to wait until administrative council business, just to be clear. So we stand with minutes that,
You could also move to continue the minutes approval to another meeting or till after administrative council business.
okay, I'll move to continue.
I already have a motion on the table to approve the minutes.
All right, never mind. I want to amend the motion that's on the table.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to amend the motion on the table to consider the minutes during administrative council business.
Have a motion to consider the minutes during administrative council business. Is there a second? Councilmember Chacon?
A second.
I have a motion and a second to consider the minutes 23-099 during administrative council business. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
No, thank you.
All right, we'll vote on the continuing to administrative council business for this item. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, we will take this item up during administrative council business. We're going to move on to public hearings. Tonight's first public hearing will be on conditional use permit for Doka USA located at 8780 East 93rd Street for outdoor storage of scaffolding. I'll remind council of the following. Use the public hearing only to ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinions or indicate how you will vote. Council members are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Rely only on the facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time, I'd like to invite the interim city attorney to address council. That's you, Ms. Geiger.
Sorry, 1 second. At this time, I'd like to ask the following. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? Okay, well, the record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. This time, I will open the public hearing. I will invite Omar Youssef, city planner, to provide the presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, members of council. My name is Omar Youssef. I'm a city planner for the city of Commerce City. Today, I'll be presenting Doka USA conditional use permit. The applicant's request is a conditional use permit to allow outdoor storage of scaffolding and related equipment of up to 30 feet in height. The current zoning, it is Marty Farms PUD within the I3 uses. Future land designation is general industrial. The site is actually developed and it's currently not being used. This is the vicinity map. It is zoned as PUD, south of 96th Avenue, within the vicinity of Yosemite Street between United Pacific Railroad. The location of the outdoor storage area will be in the rear of the primary structure, bounded by the O'Brien Canal and East 93rd Place to the north, and Yosemite Street to the east. This is the site photo looking towards the front of the property, looking south from 93rd Place. And the bottom photo is looking north from the O'Brien Canal. It's the rear of the facade, and that's where the outdoor storage area will be located. The request, the LDC permits a maximum of maximum stacking of outdoor storage materials of 8 feet in height. The Marty Farms PUD requires a conditional use permit for any bulk standard deviation as opposed to a traditional variance or height exception request. Therefore, Doka USA is requesting a conditional use permit to allow outdoor storage of up to 30 feet in height. little background on Doka USA. Doka USA is an international company that leases and sells concrete formwork systems, safety and protection systems, accessory parts, and materials to contractors at medium to large-scale vital projects. The Doka USA is family-owned with approximately 160 facilities in 70 countries. They employ 7,000 employees worldwide. The subject property will replace their Sedalia, Colorado location. The subject property is larger and well-suited for their growth expansion in Colorado. This is the proposed site plan. As mentioned previously, it will be screened from the primary structure to the north, which is 30 feet, and then it does have landscaping throughout on the west, south, and east property lines. The analysis, the item stores will consist of formwork systems, scaffolding, shoring, and safety equipment. Fence and landscaping will help screen outdoor storage area and site screen from 96th Avenue. Height is needed for business operations and functions, allows for fire circulation and access, and meets their standards. And economic development is very supportive of this new business to Commerce City. The approval criteria, the Planning Commission found that this request meets all approval criteria outlined in Section 21-3233 of the Land Development Code. If needed, I can go more in detail at the end of this presentation. Planning Commission recommendation. Planning Commission heard this case on March 7th, 2023. Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval for the case to City Council. Staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that presentation. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Kim?
Thank you for the presentation. I just have two basic questions regarding the height of 30 feet. What precautionary measures are in place? If something were to occur, someone gets squashed, whatever the case is, what's the precautionary measures, safety-wise?
Would like to defer to the applicant to explain more of their procedure of safety.
Prior to that one,
Yeah.
the other question I have too is regarding, can staff really indicate what federal and state regulations were reviewed to reach a conclusion that nothing is violated as far as for the height? That's all.
Yeah, we received no public agency comments from the agencies mentioned. So staff has concluded that they meet their standards.
Okay, thank you. Yep, just the first question I got.
Councilmember Noble?
Did you reach out to businesses in the area? And
the neighborhood meeting was not required since there's no residential around, and there was a public hearing posted for Planning Commission and City Council, as where no comments were raised.
Okay, and what kind of signage?
It is a 4x8 signage on both Yosemite and 93rd Place.
Okay, thank you. And the height of the building that's on the property that Doka will be using is 30 feet?
That is correct.
The fire department has no issues regarding fire. That's something that's on my mind because earlier we had a representative from HB. There are no requirements for this.
Right. This was routed to South Adams County Fire, and they have not commented on this by the deadline, so we have no comments from them, and so we deem that it meets their standards.
Okay, and it meets our fire standards? Do we have building standards? Oh,
sorry.
I see a firefighter.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Randall Wiggum. I'm Division Chief and Fire Marshal for South Adams County Fire. To answer your question, Susan, the building has already gone through review and has fire sprinkler systems installed according to the International Fire and Building Code. Also, outdoor storage. we put hydrants at a 500-foot spacing throughout the facility. So if that way, if we have a fire outside in this facility, we have adequate fire hydrants to, control the fire on the outside. So that's what we're doing. It meets all international fire code requirements.
So you're anticipating putting those fire hydrants outdoors then?
They're already there.
They're there.
So that the building and the property went through final fire code review and inspections and testing at the end of last year. So that's all that infrastructure is already there.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So this is a new business to Commerce City,
That's correct, yeah.
and it's international. Can you tell me where the headquarters are?
I believe the headquarters is in Illinois. In the United States,
in this
yeah.
country?
Yeah.
All right, I see that it's family-owned, but that they have many businesses internationally. I was just curious if they were, where their headquarters were, so thank you for answering that. On slide number 9, the bullet point that says height is needed for business operations and functions. Can you give me a better explanation of that particular bullet point?
Yeah, so they do have other areas as proposed around the United States, and they did find that the 220,000 square feet outdoor storage space in the back of this principal structure will be able to accommodate the scaffolding, the different mechanisms such as the shoring, which is the platforms, and the formworks, which connects those platforms to form scaffolding for construction sites, would be able to sustain this type of this equipment.
Okay, and then the first bullet point, outdoor area is approximately 2,020 square feet, 20,000 square feet with recycled asphalt, adequate size for proposed stacking. So will this be recycled asphalt, or is it going to be the scaffolding? Is it a combination of those things?
As the site was developed, that is the material that was approved and as part of the development plan, and that will remain. Yeah.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that answer, please?
The recycled asphalt was laid down there and was approved by the development plan and has
So that's
obtained a
the
CO.
pad. Thank you for
Yeah, that's the
clarifying
pad.
that. Okay. And will there be, what is the spacing between these piles?
They did propose a circulation plan as well, and I do not have the exact, the applicant can give you more information on spacing, but there is enough circulations for truck movement to transport this equipment. So there is adequate spacing as shown on the site plan for that.
And what will be housed in the buildings that are shown?
So they will have office spaces and a maintenance and repair center inside the building as well. That's how the building was built for and it was intended for use.
And how much truck traffic is proposed?
I do not have that information at the moment.
And will the site be open 24 hours a day, or will there be specific hours?
I believe there's specific hours. The applicant can give you more information
All
on.
right, and then the
hours.
applicant will also address Councilmember Kim's concern, because I also have
safety.
that concern about, that's very high. So 30 feet, how high would that be considered? Would that be the same as a 3-story building?
Give or take, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty high. Okay.
But it will not
I
be
meant to
larger than the structure.
say that in a question, so.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thanks for.
Councilmember Chacon?
Thank you for your presentation. Just to kind of piggyback off of the concerns for fire, environmental concerns, can the scaffolding at that type of height be able to handle winds and a lot of environmental and seasonal issues too of weather?
That's a great question. I have not gotten concerns from agencies that were referred as far as any type of environmental impacts onto this proposal. I'm positive that the applicant will secure these structures because definitely the elements here in Colorado can change from 1 minute to the other. So I'm confident that this will be very sturdy.
Thank you, that's my only concern.
I can provide one point of clarity on the height. The 30 feet, we actually allow single-family homes at 35 to put in perspective. So 30 feet is not 30 stories, it's 30 feet. So it's less than a single-family house could be in height. So just want to make
Oh, I didn't think it was going to be 30 stories.
right. I just want to make sure that's real clear, that it's
No, I
just
was
30 feet, which is
saying it would
considerably less.
probably
Yes,
be
ma'am.
about the same height as a 3-story building. While I'm on the mic, I have another question, if you don't mind. So right now, the standard is 8 feet.
Correct.
Okay, so 3 times 8 is 24. So this would then be asking to triple the set standard, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
The regulations do, they do say that a conditional use permit would be necessary for anything more than 20 feet on the LD and the Land Development Code.
Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'd like to invite the applicant forward to give your presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. So I just wanted to introduce ourselves and myself to the Council tonight. My name is Donald Winters. I am the area manager for Doka USA. We currently reside at 7396 Reynolds Drive, Sedalia, Colorado, and soon to be at 8780 East 93rd Place here in Commerce City. And I just want to talk a little bit about who we are. And then when we're done, answer any questions if you have any. So I think some of this was talked about earlier as far as part of the UMDASH group, Doka USA. We're a large family-owned international company. And as it was mentioned, we have approximately 8,000 employees worldwide. Our national support office is actually in Little Ferry, New Jersey. We do have a regional office in Illinois, as was stated before. And the office that we have here in Sedalia, Colorado, services and does business in the greater mountain region that would include Idaho, Utah, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico. And in those areas. The UMDASH Group, we've been in business for 150 years. Our headquarters is in Amstetten, Austria, and we have 10 facilities in the U.S. with about 600 employees. We're a full-service construction material company that serves construction projects from our new location throughout the areas that I had mentioned before. But we specialize in formwork systems, safety, and protection systems. Scaffolding and plywood for medium to large-scale vital construction projects, whether it be highways, infrastructure, and mid to high-rise buildings. So we've got, at our locations, we have a wide variety of jobs, from forklift drivers, truck drivers, sales positions, office positions, engineering positions. We like to promote our folks from within. We like to hire locally. We like to develop the workforce from the folks that we do business in. This was also a very attractive, Commerce City was picked and targeted because of the workforce here, access that we have to the highways for transportation of our products, and the general business acumen that Commerce City has in the community. Like I said, we started business down in Sedalia, Colorado, which is in Douglas County, about 6 years ago. And through our business growth, we had to find a new facility in the Denver metro area, and came upon the one that was already developed and was originally was going to be used for truck maintenance, vehicle maintenance, high traffic type of use. But in our industry, we tend to have a much less traffic flow for the type of warehousing and projects that we work on than what the original use would have been for. We operate typically Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, sometimes later, to answer one of the questions before. And as a rule, we tend to have less than 30 truckloads a day of equipment coming and going. Right now, I think we're probably at 10 to 15 range per day as it stands as it is. Once again, one of the things that maybe I could help answer with that is we're basically asking for a stacking height conditional use permit to the top of the canopy that already exists. The property is fully screened, and to answer the question as far as the stacking heights, the equipment that we stack is designed to be stacked in a very high manner, which 30 feet would be the maximum. It's not the standard to go to 30 feet, but that would be the maximum height that we would ask to go to. And the crates and the formwork that we have are designed to be stacked at that height for safety precautions. So they've got fitted containers for stacking specifically to that height. So I think that's about it for that.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that additional information. Does anybody on council have any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Kim?
Thank you.
Thank you. So just the question I had earlier for the staff is basically just wanting to know what safety measures are in place regarding the height with regards to the 30 feet.
So if I could, I've got a short video on this presentation. What it'll show, it'll give you an idea, a visual idea of how we stack, and then I can answer that question if I could. Sometimes visual helps a little bit with see what we do. What you're looking at here is a typical Doka facility. This one specifically is in Chicago, and very similar to the types of facilities that we have throughout the United States. Same stacking heights that we would be looking for here in Commerce City as well. So if you look at the crates and the stacks of the formwork, they're actually designed to be stacked at those heights. To answer your question, Councilman Kim, we have engineered solutions for our stacking heights and safety. So in the precautions being taken are engineered into the solutions that we have for stacking.
So what are they, is what I'm wondering. What are those precautions? What exactly are those measures? I mean, obviously, we do have high winds out here typically, so
Yeah.
I'm not expecting none of that to fall, but I just want to make sure that, you know, you guys actually have the precautions in place, and that's what I'm looking for.
So the way the containment systems are designed, they're designed to couple into each other and pin together in a lot of cases as far as the stacking goes. We're not actually stacking assemblies, but we're stacking component parts, and the component part containers are designed to be stacked almost like a Lego, if you will. And that is the engineered portion of the design for the stacking. We've been, like I said, we've been doing business here in Colorado for the last 6 years in a equally windy environment. It's something we're very aware of. We pay very close attention to the types of materials we're stacking at that height. Not all of our equipment is stacked at that height, only the ones that are designed to be stacked as such. With very, very few issues with the wind element of our warehousing activities.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Are you currently stacking at 30 feet in Sedalia?
We are.
You are. And so you don't have any kind of railing or anything like that that would assure that there wouldn't be any accidents as far as falling over? My biggest concern are for our workers and what they might encounter.
Yeah, so there's, as I had stated before, we've got an engineered solution for our stacking. So we actually design the legs of each of the stacking containers to interlock within each stacking component. And that helps prevent and mitigate any of the safety issues we may have with them falling over. Now, sometimes when, you know, whether you're stacking 8 feet or whether you're stacking 30 feet, you always have the opportunity for an incident. But with the engineered design that we do have, we feel like we've done a very good job of mitigating those occurrences. Also, one of the questions that had come up related to that was the pathways between our forms, our 10 to 20 foot aisleways that we travel through to help prevent any of the occurrences for the trucks and the forklift traffic.
And most of these stacks are transported by forklift,
They are.
right? And what is your safety record?
So in the 5.5 years up to 2023, we had no safety incidences at our Colorado facility down
But
in
that was only in
Sedalia,
Colorado.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what your safety record is across the globe, since you're international?
Yeah. I'm not privy to the international numbers that we have right off the top of my head. I do know that we have a very strong safety program, and I can't quote the international numbers that we have. I can only state what we have here in Colorado in the Rocky Mountain
So only in
states.
Colorado, not nationally then?
I'm sorry?
Only in Colorado, not
Yes.
nationally?
Yes.
Right. And then would the trucks that would be coming to your site, would they be like your trucks or would they be client trucks?
Often they're client trucks and also subcontracted companies that we would hire. We don't actually, excuse me, we don't actually own a fleet of trucks ourselves. We just warehouse the materials.
And so you're open 9 to 5, and there's 30, I'm not good at math, but,
That's okay.
so that's an 8-hour period, basically, and there's 30 trucks?
Yeah, we
so-
will adjust those hours as business dictates. Sometimes we're in earlier and stay later, but as a rule, we tend to work a 9 to 5 type schedule.
So there's about 7 trucks an hour then?
On a very heavy day, that would be a very heavy business day for us.
Okay, and so would the trucks be coming in one way and exiting another? So there wouldn't be a possibility of,
Yeah, we do have a very detailed egress plan for the property and traffic plan for the property. So they would be coming in on the east gate, going around the building in one traffic flow, and exiting on the west property, on the west
okay, and do
gate.
you know those streets?
I'm sorry?
Do you know the streets that they would be?
Yeah, so East 93rd Place is our frontage, and they would be coming in off of, I believe, Yosemite.
Yosemite.
So they would be entering the property off of Yosemite and East 93rd, right on the corner. The traffic plan allows for the vehicles to head south around the primary structure, head west as a loop, and exit on the west side of the property onto East 93rd.
Okay, and I
The majority of our traffic would then go to the interstate from 96th.
so it would be going to 76?
Yeah.
Highway 76? All right, and then I saw, it looked like some yellow containers in your video. Can you tell me what those were?
Those are, that's actually shoring formwork. So those are typically used in the shoring process, or in other words, for making concrete floors on mid to high-rise buildings.
So they're like concrete forms?
They're concrete forms,
Forms, all right.
and typically used, like I said, for mid to high-rise applications.
Right.
So to go up quite high.
So was the building that was in the video, was that a brand-new construction building?
No, that was a facility that's been basically in our company for, I believe, 20 years.
Okay, and the landscaping was quite nice, is that
It
what
was-
you're
it was.
expecting to?
Yeah, yes, we expect our landscape to be reflected as well. We're very, very proud of the brand that we put forward, and we also like our properties and our image to reflect through the landscaping and the screening that we do in the towns that we do business with. It's very important for us.
One last question, do you have that landscaping in Sedalia?
I'm sorry?
I said, one last question, and do you have that landscaping? You've been there 5.5 years. Do you have that there in Sedalia?
Not to the extent that we have here, as that's a leased property, and in the agreement, we have to abide by the landscaping of the local area, whereas in this property, we've actually made the purchase and developed the landscaping plan ourselves.
Okay, and so all you're asking for this evening is the,
Just a stacking height allocation to the top of our pre-existing canopy. The building is already at 30 feet. And with the
then I
full...
have one last question.
Okay,
What's the
that's-
canopy?
The canopy, the outdoor storage, or the canopy of the building, so the building height would be referred to as the canopy.
Okay, so it's not an actual canopy, it's just what you call
We
the-
actually do have a canopy in the front, if you take a look at the drawing right there. Just to the north of the primary structure is an actual canopy, and it's 30 feet in height.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I just wanted to put the council at ease a bit. I went to OSHA's website, found OSHA standard 1926.250, section B9, structural steel poles, pipe, bar stock, and other cylindrical materials unless racked shall be stacked in blocks so to prevent spreading or tilting. Opposed to that, you have the one right above that, lumber pile shall not exceed 20 feet, but then shall not be stacked more than 16 feet if being handled manually. So I think there's already a standard set for height for other materials, but this type of material doesn't have a height standard. It just basically says it needs to be appropriately stacked and blocked to prevent spreading or tilting, and that's what I'm assuming the gentleman is talking about, what it's engineered to do.
That is correct, Councilman Hurst.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Any follow-up questions for city staff? Do have one question for you, please, Mr. Youssef. Can you do me a favor and pull up the aerial view of this property again? Thank you. Can you tell me the property to the left, or I guess that would be to the west of this subject property? What is that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that's the FedEx facility, transfer facility.
Thank you. Do they stack any of their intermodal containers there?
No, not when I observed. I know to the east, the pipe fitting, they do have some outdoor storage, and they do have piled up pipes on that property.
Okay. FedEx doesn't stack up any containers, though? Okay. How about to the north? What is that facility?
That is the air gas facility to the north.
And what do they do there?
It's observed it's just the warehousing of propane tanks, I believe, or oxygen-filled tanks.
All right. And to the east, what is that facility?
To the east, I don't have the company to mind, but like I said, that's just a pipe storage, outdoor storage facility.
Okay. And south of the subject property is a canal?
To the south, that is the O'Brien Canal, correct?
Very good. And south of that is another industrial facility, I presume?
Correct, that's another industrial facility.
Would it be safe to say that this facility is surrounded entirely by industrial facilities?
That's correct.
Very good. Can you tell me approximately how close is the nearest residential property?
I believe it's approximately on 96 east of Highway 2. It's probably the closest.
3/4 of a mile?
Sorry?
3/4 of a mile?
About maybe a little more than that.
Great.
I would say.
Is there any vegetation or anything that would separate the sight line from the residential properties located 3/4 of a mile away from this subject property?
I do not recall at this moment, no. Sorry.
Mr. Rogers?
If I may, Mayor, just pulling up a aerial. Your closest residential is going to be south of 80th Avenue. As you look at it as the bird flies, or as the crow flies, the next closest residential would be north of 96 as far as Eagle Creek. And to your question, yes, the site is surrounded on all four sides by industrial development.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Councilmember Douglas?
One more question I thought of. So they'd be going in and on 93rd Place, exiting on Yosemite, and then they would probably go up to 96?
Yes.
And
Yes.
to the west, on the roundabout, and then get on 76 from there. Are you familiar with the condition on 96?
I am very familiar with the condition, yes, and that would be the primary mean of egress from the property to the interstate, where most of our traffic would be routed.
Yeah, so you would be using that road a lot, and our taxpayers pay to keep that road in shape. Would you be making any contributions to maintenance for?
Absolutely,
roads?
we would be making I think, hopefully we'll be taxpayers in the community as well, right? So, but yes, we will be making contributions to,
Okay, thank
I
you.
can't commit to the contributions that we would be making, but most certainly we're interested in the whole of the community. We're interested in being a good partner, a good business partner for Commerce City. You know, we're very interested in part of the reason we're moving to Commerce City is because of the the business sense and the folks that are there, and we want to be a part of that community. We want to be a part of some of the conditions that need to be addressed on a daily basis, and we want to do business here. So we're very, like I said, we're very conscientious of the way we project ourselves, the way we project ourselves in business. We're responsible business people. We want to be good neighbors. We want to be good business partners to the folks that we're going to be working around and near. We want to make sure that they understand safety does matter to us. Safety matters to our people. Safety matters to us as a culture, and that'll be reflected in the way that we conduct business. Now, most certainly, we will conduct business in a responsible manner as far as our trucking goes and our traffic goes, because we understand that there are different demands and different needs for heavy trucks coming and going out of an area, which is why we've picked this facility in this area, because it's very appropriate for the business that we do. So, any responsibilities that we would be asked to do as a neighbor and as a good business partner here in Commerce City, we most certainly are going to step up and be a part of that.
Councilmember Noble.
For the city attorney, for a conditional use permit, we can add any conditions that we choose, correct?
Well, not exactly. You can add conditions that are appropriate, referring back to the particular approval criteria that's in section 21-3233A. And obviously, the condition would have to be legal. I would also advise to give the applicant an opportunity to comment on the condition, because the applicant may decide to take different action with respect to their application.
Sure. Could staff please post those criteria that the attorney just mentioned?
And Mr. Youssef, can you tell me who's the current occupant on this property?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
Who's the current occupant of this property?
The property is currently vacant. There is no user.
Who was the user prior to this application?
There was no user. There was going to be a truck maintenance facility company in there, but they never went through moving there.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, could you please go through that criteria? I had asked for the criteria. Thank you, sir.
In one moment. This Forterra pipe and precast, who was that?
I'm sorry?
Forterra pipe and precast, were they previously in this facility?
They were the applicant, but they never proceeded to move in to that facility.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Approval criteria. The proposed use will not result in substantial or undue adverse effects on adjacent property, character of the neighborhood, traffic conditions, parking, public improvements, either as they presently exist or as they may exist in the future as a result of the implementation of provisions and policies of the comprehensive plan, this land development code, or any other plan, program, or ordinance adopted by the city. And it says the proposed stacking of materials will not result in substantial or undue adverse effect on adjacent property or the character of the neighborhood. All parking and utilities is provided through the development of the site, has been reviewed by internal and external agencies in the recent approval of the PUD development plan.
Mayor?
This proposal, yes, ma'am.
Sorry to interrupt. I think the request was just for the approval criteria, which I'm also happy. Was that accurate, or did I miss? In the code, right?
Yes, I wanted to see the criteria.
So just the sections of 3233A?
Correct, correct.
I'm happy to recite as well, Mayor, if that would be. So the second two is any adverse effect has been or will be mitigated to the maximum extent feasible, including but not limited to sufficient landscaping and screening to ensure harmony for adjoining uses. 3, the characteristics of the site are suitable for the proposed use considering size, shape, location, topography, existence of improvements, and natural features. The proposed use will be adequately served by and will not impose an undue burden on any of the existing improvements, facilities, and services of the city or its residents, where any such improvements, facilities, utilities, or services are not available or are not adequate to service the proposed use in the proposed location. The applicant shall, as part of the application, as a condition of approval, be responsible for establishing an ability, willingness, and a binding commitment to provide such improvements, facilities, utilities, and services in sufficient time to serve the proposed use. 5, the applicant has provided adequate assurances of continuing maintenance. 6, there is no evidence to suggest the use violates any federal, state, or local requirements. And B, one of the following criteria is met. There's a community need for the use at the proposed location, given the existing and proposed uses of similar nature in the area and of the need to provide and maintain a proper mix of uses both within the city and the immediate area of the proposed use, or the use complies with the general purposes, goals, objectives, policies, and standards of the comprehensive plan and all other plans or programs adopted by the city. That's it.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff or the applicant? All right, seeing none. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Mr. Roberts, do we have any virtual speakers?
No virtual speakers registered by the deadline.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person speakers?
We do. We have Donald Winters signed up.
He's the applicant that just spoke.
Oh.
Do we have any other in-person speakers? No, thank
No
you.
in-person speakers.
Do we have any written comments?
No written comments were received by the deadline.
Great. Mr. Winters, did you have any rebuttals you wish to make? No? Thank you very much. This time we'll close the public hearing. And at this time, I'm looking for a motion second to approve CUP 133-23. Councilmember Hurst?
So moved.
Councilmember Ford? I have a motion and a second to approve conditional use permit 133-23. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0 with one excused absence. Welcome to Commerce City, Doka. Our second public hearing will be on conditional use permit renewal for Course Civic located at 4901 Cremeria Street for an existing correctional facility. I will again remind council of the following. Use the public hearing only to ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinions or indicate how you will vote. Council members are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. You should rely only on facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time, we'll invite the city attorney to address the council.
At this time, I'd like to ask the following. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. This time, we'll open the public hearing. I'll invite Dalton Guerrera, city planner, to provide the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, City Council. My name is Dalton Guerra, City Planner for the Commerce City Planning Division. This is a request for a conditional use permit renewal for an existing, to continue operating a corrections facility that is currently existing at the property location, 4901 Cremeria Street. Course Civic is a correction facility that safely houses individuals who have served a prison sentence and are transitioning back into the community. There's no expansion of the facility or change of use proposed with this request. This is a quick look at the zoning. It's an industrial property surrounded by industrial properties. Once again, it is an existing building. The use is currently operating in this building at this location. The use by permit was approved by the Board of Adjustment in 2007. At the time, correctional facilities required a use by permit to be approved by the Board of Adjustment, but our code was updated since then, and a conditional use permit was then required to be approved by City Council. Therefore, in 2010, a conditional use permit was approved with conditions by City Council. There was a condition in there that the conditional use permit needed to be renewed in 2015, and so then in 2015, the renewal came back in front of City Council and was approved. And another condition in the 2015 approval was for the renewal to occur again in 2022. And then therefore the applicant was submitted a renewal request in May of 2022. And that is why the request is here tonight. There was a neighborhood meeting held on October 6th of last year. There were no attendees, and as of today, no public comment has been received by staff. A quick analysis, according to our Commerce City Police Department, Civic has been a great partner for the city and has provided a benefit to our community. Had not reported any major issues since the last renewal of this CUP. And further analysis from the DRT, conversations with planning staff in the city attorney's office, some of the previous conditions from the previous approvals were deemed no longer necessary and have been removed and replaced with 2 new modified conditions of approval. These are the 2 conditions, A being an expansion of the operation of this facility in any capacity shall require a new conditional use permit, and B, that the applicant shall continue to operate the Neighborhood Advisory Board with a Commerce City Police Department representative. The Commerce City Police Department is also proposing an additional condition, which would be C, the applicant shall not accept any client at this facility that is required to register as a sex offender. This condition was brought forward after the Planning Commission hearing on March 7th of 2023. The Planning Commission found that the request did meet all the approval criteria for a conditional use permit as found in the Land Development Code. And the Planning Commission recommendation was to approve with said conditions, and PD is now recommending a 3rd condition of approval. And so the decision options for the council tonight is A, to return the case to the Planning Commission to consider the newly proposed condition from the Police Department, B, to approve with conditions recommended by the Planning Commission. That would be the 2 conditions that were outlined earlier in the presentation. Or C, to approve with the additional condition proposed by the Police Department, which would total 3 conditions. Or D, to deny the CUP renewal. And at this time, we will ask the Police Department staff to come on up and make some presentation and take questions. The applicant is also here to make a presentation as well and also field questions from the council.
We enjoy our relationship with Civic. They've been a fantastic partner since their inception. To clarify a little bit of what was just presented to you, when the use permit for Civic, originally titled another company by the name of Time to Change, came into operation in the city of Commerce City, it was always a condition that they not accept sex offenders. We brought that up with the planning department in November of '22 when this first came up, asking that we maintain that one aspect. The other limitations that were levied against Civic really didn't seem appropriate, and we agreed to waive the rest of those. The police department did object to the removal of the sex offender limitation, and really for 2 issues: the undue burden to the community and the undue burden to the city of Commerce City. Currently, the city of Commerce City manages a population of just under 170 sex offenders, most of which are annual registrants, a few of which are quarterly registrants. Our concern is if Civic as a corporation were to make a change and decide to start housing sex offenders at this particular facility, the police department would be required then to register and deregister all of those people. Mathematically, it's likely at some point we would have to take into the community people that have been defined as sexually violent predators. Those people, as a condition of their conviction, have been deemed likely to reoffend. And as a result, they're also required to register quarterly, which again would lead to additional work by the police department. Additionally, every time a sexually violent predator is released into the community, the police department has to have either a public meeting or a public notification to the community, notifying the entire community that a sexually violent predator has been released into the community. That just would not be a good look for the city to have those types of notifications going out. Additionally, Since Core Civic is a non-secured facility, the clients are allowed to come and go during daytime hours to attend work, seek employment, find residences, reincorporate themselves into the community. Sometimes those people tend to walk away. Right now, the police department has to launch a misdemeanor escape investigation when those issues occur. If one of those people was a sex offender, we would have to then start going after that person as a failure to register fugitive sex offender. And in the case of a sexually violent predator, we'd also have to make an additional public comment to the community, notifying them that that previously announced sex offender has now escaped from the facility. Based on those criterion, we would respectfully request that council either remand this back to the planning commission or decide to just hang on to the condition preventing Core Civic from accepting people required to register as sex offenders.
Originally, in addition to that one, there was no crime against an at-risk adult or at-risk juvenile, murder, and first-degree arson.
Correct.
So are you okay with those three?
You know, I don't know that any of those issues are good, but none of those particular convictions require the registration aspect or the public notification aspect. I hate to continue to levy what could be perceived as unreasonable burdens on Core Civic. Again, they've been a great neighbor. We've never had any significant problems. If they were, additionally, the state of Colorado is continuing to try to lower Department of Corrections populations, pushing those offenders out into the communities. There's not a lot of low-hanging fruit left to release into the community, so it's likely that they may have to accept clients that meet the criteria you just laid out. I don't know that it would be an undue hardship for us. Our primary concern is the additional duties of having to track and maintain a list of current sex offender registrants.
Thank you, Chief. I want to ask the staff then, do you know why those three were removed?
Yes, ma'am, that's a great question. I have a couple notes here from the minutes of that meeting indicating that the Adams County Community Corrections Board Screening Committee wanted to review cases and determine eligibility based on the review process, not the offense type alone. And that's about as much detail as we have on that, unfortunately.
Huh. There's a lot of crimes that can send you to jail, and a lot of crimes that can put you in a transitional situation or a halfway house that don't involve arson and murder or harming a juvenile. I think those are kind of worth it also. I completely agree with you, though, about the sex offender part of it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could address council member's question, I think a little bit more background on that. One of the things we try to do in this iteration is relate the conditions to the approval criteria. And in working with the city attorney's office, we had to make sure that there was a specific thing that we were relating them to. That's the reason those were removed. It's really hard to relate directly to the criteria. That's why the police came along later with their letter and they documented for the record all the additional things that are required of the PD, the notification, everything with the sex offenders. So that's why we think it's appropriate to add that back in at this point. Absent that documentation, we didn't have any reason to move forward with that condition at that time. So now it's good to do it because we have that. But that's what all the criteria have to address, all the conditions have to address an approval criteria. And so that was the difficulty in relating those other crimes to the approval criteria that we have.
I think it applies to number one, though, criteria number one.
It's how that criteria or that condition achieves what you're trying to achieve. And we don't have anything in the record that would indicate we could do that. Anecdotally, we may think that, but we've been, continually advised and correctly that we have to have something in the record that show if we had arsonists that had stayed there and had gone out and committed arsons, then we could have some, we'd have a record of that, there'd be something in the file. But we don't have that record to be able to base a criteria on it, a condition on it.
Okay, I was reading off of the Board of Adjustments of 2007, when that was the approved criteria. So I was looking at it and wondering why we wouldn't be doing that 16 years later.
Well, again, the code changed in between. That's why it's now not a use by permit, it's a conditional use permit. And some of the criteria changed a little bit. And again, our professionalism and standards for applying the criteria have improved over time. We're trying to do it in a way that meets the criteria that we have and can be upheld if we were challenged.
Then while you're here, I'm curious why it took from May of 2022, when the conditional use permit was supposed to be reconsidered, until April of 2023 for it to be heard in these chambers.
Because there've been a lot of things that have been having worked out, negotiated, and it's been before the DRT. There were questions raised. We had to go back, and so it's just been back and forth trying to make sure we had everything addressed completely before we got here.
And so that was the only one left that mattered.
Yes, ma'am. That was the one that we felt, there was a previous criteria about, the approval ending in a certain time. That's not an appropriate thing to be added. So again, working with the attorney's office, working with the applicant, trying to get something that we could recommend and feel comfortable and to get blessed through all our channels it took a while.
Okay, and this did come in after the Planning Commission took their vote.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
do want to
It was-
emphasize that they didn't have this information.
It was raised at DRT as an issue by the police department, but we didn't have the documentation in the file until recently where we could move forward and be comfortable with including the condition. There was nothing in the record. Now we have something in the record that we can base it on.
Okay, and we can ask then for the conditional use permit to be renewed every
You should
3
not,
years.
no ma'am, that is not an appropriate condition because a conditional use permit should run with the land and should not be something that is renewed. Because once somebody's got an investment in the property, they've committed, they've been operating, it's very difficult then to come back and have to do it again. And traditionally, I've never seen conditional use permits where that's been added as a time limit's been added. That's just not something that happened. We were advised by our legal staff that was not an appropriate condition. So that's one reason it was removed.
Even though we've been doing it up until this point.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Chacon?
I have a couple quick questions, sorry. It said that it houses 136 clients at one time and an average of 6 months. Can some criteria for just catching possible issues like red flag laws that the offenders won't have guns, they're only there for 6 months? This could also be violence against women. That's not necessarily sexual violence, but just violence in that sense.
So the vast majority of people that are assigned over to Core Civic are already in a conviction status that would prohibit them from lawfully possessing a firearm with respect to your question about red flag issues. The other issue is this is really transitional housing for them. So the facility itself does regular security checks that I've actually witnessed in years past. They don't allow weapons into the facility. And with respect to violence against women or other at-risk groups, that is part of why those people are trying to reintegrate themselves into society. They've served what the state has determined to be an appropriate amount of time in the Department of Corrections, and either they're sentenced directly to ComCore as a transitional issue, or they're serving some balance of their sentence before transitioning into the public. So it's much better to have them in a residential facility than to have them go straight from DOC into an unsupervised parole situation. Some transitional educational component is important to help ease that inmate back into society.
Thank you. Sorry, those are just my only two questions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm just a little confused also, because can the conditional use permit be stopped if they start accepting sex offenders?
If that condition were added, then that would be a violation of the CUP, yes.
Oh, okay.
My apologies, Jennifer Jones, Commerce City Planning Department.
Okay, so you said it'd be violated if it is passed with that condition.
If that condition were to be added, then yes, that could be grounds for violation of their conditional use permit. If that was not added, then certainly not. And that has been one of the other concerns with the previous conditions, right, was enforcement of them, and if those were appropriate or related to the land use case itself.
Okay, great. And then, I don't know if this is a question for the police department, but who do we have enough officers to make sure it's being enforced, or who would be monitoring that there isn't any there?
With respect to the potential for people that would be required to register as sex offenders, we would be aware of that when they came to the police department to register, because they would have to disclose to us what their residence was. So if they said 4901 Cremaria, we would know that that is the community corrections facility, and we would know that that would be a violation of their conditional use permit.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
No comment, sir.
All right. This time I'd like to invite the applicant forward to give their presentation.
Victoria, there should be a slide changer up there somewhere, is it not? Right arrow to go forward, I believe. Yep. Perfect.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Victoria Longstrom, and I'm a director with Civic.
My name is Rory Grunevich, the Senior Director for Civic.
And I'm Melissa Torres. I'm the current director at the Commerce Facility.
All right, so a little presentation that we have for you guys today, our history. As is mentioned before, we started under Time to Change, and this community corrections facility has been servicing Commerce City reentry patients through programs since 2000. And most recently through a residential service with the conditional use permit at 4901 Cremaria Street since 2008. The conditional use permit was renewed in 2010 for 5 years, and then in 2015 for another 7 years. In 2017, Time to Change and Green Level Realty, the owner of the physical building, were actually acquired by Civic, and we remained under the Civic umbrella today. Excuse me. In 2008, we accepted our first resident into the facility at this location, and since then we have assisted with the rehabilitation of over 3,000 residents. We are currently seeking approval for the renewal of our conditional use permit with no changes to the current conditions as requested. So what is community corrections? Community corrections provides justice-involved individuals with rehabilitation services to help them successfully re-enter to their communities. Whether an individual is transitioning from the Department of Corrections or participating as an alternative to incarceration, we offer structure for individuals to receive the support they need. All residents must be reviewed and accepted by the Adams County Community Corrections Screening Committee along with the facility. The screening committee is made up of several members from different backgrounds, such as the local police departments, mental health providers, substance abuse providers, community citizens, victims advocates, parole, and probation. These members read and discuss files to ensure that the resident is a fit for the program and the community before deciding on placement. Commerce Transitional Center's primary goal is community safety and provide safe housing with security staff 24/7. So the need for our facility, 96% of offenders eventually return to their communities, and transitioning through community corrections helps provide that stabilization that they need to set them up for success. The needs for beds exceed the operational capacity, and therefore Adams County and the Colorado Department of Corrections keeps a wait list for residents to enter the program as beds become available. Without Commerce Transitional Center operating under the current conditional use permit, residents returning to Commerce City and the surrounding areas from incarceration would not benefit from the transitional services to help reintegrate into the community. Oftentimes, they would come back to the community homeless without jobs and minimal support. Community corrections help save taxpayers money by transitioning residents out of prison and reducing the chances of recidivism by setting them up for successful reentry. Residents at Commerce Transitional Center are under intense monitoring and partake in life and job skill training, along with basic education programs. Approximately 85% of our residents are employed in the community at any given time, with many of these employers being in Commerce City. Some of those include Sapp Brothers, Douglas Colony, Flynn Roofing, DMI Concrete and Landscaping, just to name a few there. While working, residents begin a life of being active, law-abiding citizens. In the past 5 years, the residents at the facility have paid roughly just under $1 million in restitution. That goes back to local courts, they pay fines, and some of that money goes back to their victims if they have victims of their cases. Approximately $162,000 in child support and approximately $375,000 in state taxes. The facility provides individualized case management, treatment plans, and therapy that address the lifestyle and choices that they've been making. On average, residents remain in residential treatment for approximately 6 months. Although some will discharge their sentence while they're with us, most of them will continue on through the rest of their sentence at a lower level supervision. That either means that they're living in the community as part of our non-res program and reporting to us for services and supervision, or they're with DOC on parole or ISP. So a typical day for a resident, trying to get them back into being part of society, wake up in the morning, make their bed, clean their room, do chores in the morning before they go to work. If they're working full-time, we monitor their travel time from the facility to work. While they're at work, we also verify that they are where they're supposed to be. And then we monitor their travel time from work to either our facility or to their next location. In the evening time, they can spend time with family, attend community support activities, community business, educational programs. They have to attend treatment at least once a week. They have to meet with case managers at least once a week, and they meet with their community support person once a month. Once they return to the facility, we have standards by the state that we have to follow, which include random urinalysis screening, PAT searches, and breathalyzer tests. In order to make sure that we are providing a safe facility, staff do random walkthroughs, make sure that everything on the facility grounds is doing good, that clients are doing what they're supposed to be doing. We also do head counts or house counts to make sure that clients are at the facility if they're supposed to be, or if they're at work where they're supposed to be. They have to do chores again. We do have in-room curfew and also, in-house curfew, and then also in-room curfew to try to get them acclimated back to sleeping, hopefully at least 6 hours a day. So giving back, while residing at Commerce Transitional Center, residents and staff give back to the community in different ways, such as neighborhood cleanup programs. We adopt a bus stop. Core Civic as a whole, we have a Back on Track scholarship with the Mapleton School District that we do annually. As a facility, we work with Techno Rescue with a neighborhood electronic recycling event. We volunteer with Adams County Food Bank and different animal shelters. We also host donation events in the facility for food, Toys for Tots, school supplies, pet food donation drives, winter coat drives, and sock drives for the homeless shelters, just to name a few. We are proud partners. We are the proud partners and have created this relationship with the community, and we wish to continue, such as Commerce City Police Department, as you heard earlier tonight, also Broomfield Police Department and the Adams County Sheriff's Department, and the many local businesses that surround us. We are Watchful Neighborhood Eye, as we are open 24/7 in this industrial area. Most of the businesses around us typically work Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. So not saying we're out there watching everybody, but things happen. And because we do have staff there, there's been many a times that our staff have been able to call in different things, letting the Commerce City Police Department know that things are going on. Our residents spend leisure time in the community of Commerce City. They shop, they dine, and they enjoy local entertainment, thus bringing money back into the city. Our program is funded by the state, so it's no cost to the local community here. The program is more than operations, and we at Commerce Transitional Center aim to be an active partner within the community and have positive impacts on Commerce City. Coming out of the pandemic, we have resumed regular neighborhood advisory meetings that allow for interaction with the community. Commerce Transitional Center helps provide an able workforce to businesses and industries. And that's it. Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that comprehensive overview of your program and the success that you've had. Councilmember Kim?
Thank you for the presentation. I actually had two questions. One just kind of spur of the moment as far as what you're saying, as far as with the folks that are being rehabbed to transition back into society. I kind of wonder, you know, as far as with our Public Works Department, maybe potentially being utilized within our hotshot crew or whatever the case may be. I don't know if that might be an option, might be if that's even possible or even plausible to be able to utilize in that capacity to help with our city.
I would say that any applicant would be required to go through our standard employment practice and hiring process and be evaluated through those steps. So once again, we are an equal opportunity employer and would continue to operate as such.
Just a thought, that's all. Secondly, according to your presentation, you said you're requesting for us to approve the conditional use permit as is, right? So according to staff's presentation, I see a total of 3 proposed changes, is that correct? So my question is, have you guys seen those changes, those requests, and are there actual any impacts or anything that you see that may, you know, that you don't agree with, essentially?
It's getting late. Yes, we have seen them, and we agree we're completely fine with the conditions. We have actually spoke with Commerce City Police Chief as well, and we're fine if we want to put the conditions for no housing of anybody who has to register as a sex offender at the facility.
Copy that. And then quick question for staff regarding the 3 options that are out there. It looks like there were set expirations from previous times. Is there going to be another one? Will there have to be another set expiration for this one? No?
No. The DRT, along with the city attorney, decided that was not a necessary condition.
Copy that. All right, that's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. So if whatever agency brings you clients, they bring you someone who is a sex offender, are you allowed to decline to take those clients?
Yes, so the process, how it works is clients, whether they're coming from the county jail in lieu of the Department of Corrections, or they're coming to us from the Department of Corrections, they are all screened by the Adams County Community Corrections Screening Board and a member of our facility. So in that screening process, we would only screen people who meet that criteria of no sex offenses. So anybody who came across, if they were referred to us for some reason with a sex offense, they would be denied. And so we wouldn't ever pick them up.
So you're allowed to be selective then?
Absolutely.
All right. And then my next question is not to compare you to Time to Change, but when I was the president of the CCBPA and we did events that required setup of like a stage or whatever, we worked with Time to Change and they sent us volunteers to help do different things in the community. Are you open to doing things like that again? As Core Civic?
Yes, we are definitely open. I was with Time to Change and transferred over with the acquisition of Core Civic. Unfortunately, over the years, staff members that were with us back with Time to Change, they have left, so we have lost that connection. But it would be something that we'd be interested in if we could get that connection back.
Okay. Well, CCBPA is no longer in existence. However, there's other community nonprofits who might need your assistance, and we'd really appreciate volunteers. So I thought I'd ask. Thank you.
Most definitely.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you for being there and providing this service to people who are trying to turn their lives around. I see that you're in a very industrial area. It's located in a very industrial area. Is there a reason for that?
I wasn't around with the first, but I would guess just because we're not very welcomed in neighborhoods. And so usually where we get approval for community corrections facility would be in a less neighborhood area. So sends our business needs out to the industrial locations.
And what do they do for transportation to get to work? I don't see any bus service there in that area.
So there is minimal bus services, but if you go to any community corrections facility, we have a ton of bicycles outside, so they're getting their exercises. Nowadays with Uber, that is a number one, but they do take the bus, they take Uber, they are allowed to get transportation by family and friends as well. So we do have different bus lines that are within a 2-mile radius from us, and so they are able to use the RTD if needed.
And when it's time to move on, do they typically leave the area or remain in the area?
So that can depend on how they're moving on. If they're staying with us, part of our non-residential program, they will stay within the Denver metro area. If they're going to DOC and they're going to parole, they can really parole anywhere in the state as long as the parole board approves it. We have no say over that.
Do you know how many become homeless after they leave?
Very little. When they're with us, they have to have an approved housing plan in order to leave. The only people that could possibly go homeless would be if they were doing a sentence discharge, and we have no say of what happens after that discharge date.
Okay, that's good to know, because that's an area where we have trouble, so
Yes.
that's good that you're not contributing to that. Thank you for doing your work.
Thank you.
Can you tell me what the recidivism rate is for participants in your program?
So the success rate is 65% in 2022. The state average is around 59%.
State average being for programs like this?
Correct, community corrections.
What is the typical rate for individuals who just release straight back into society?
Can you repeat the question?
What is the recidivism rate for individuals who release straight back into society and don't stop at a facility like yours?
Oh, I do not know that statistic. I would imagine it's a lot higher without community corrections.
Is there, do you have a plan in place in order to get that number down from 65% to below the state average?
That was the success rate, was
Success rate.
65%.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for staff or the applicant? All right. Don't see we have any virtual speakers. Do we have anybody signed up in person?
No, sir.
Great. Do we have any written comments?
No written comments were received by the deadline.
Great. No need for the applicant to make a rebuttal?
No.
Great. We'll close the public hearing. This time, looking for a motion and a second to approve the renewal of CUP 91-10-15-23. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to approve the application with the additional proposed condition from the police department, and also to include the no sex offenders. It would be a violation.
Just to clarify, the motion, so as recommended by staff, there were 2 conditions that are listed on the staff report on page 10. And the third condition would be the one recommended by PD. So there would be, the motion would be to approve, if you wanted a motion with all three conditions, it would be to approve with conditions A, B, and C in the staff report. I can read those out if you don't have it available.
Okay, yes, yeah, because I definitely wanted to include the, A, B, and C, the ones from the police department, and also the no, in addition, the no sex offenders.
So the police department recommendation was the sex offender-related one.
Okay.
So A is, the condition is, an expansion of the operation of this facility in any capacity shall require a new conditional use permit to address potential adverse effects on adjacent properties, including but not limited to the character of the neighborhood, traffic, parking, and public improvements. B would be the applicant shall continue to operate the Neighborhood Advisory Board with a Commerce City Police Department representative to ensure that all potential adverse effects related to public safety will be mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. And the sex offender condition is the applicant shall not accept any client at this facility that is required to register as a sex offender. Is that what the motion was intended?
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
So, to include A, B, and C. Thank you.
All right, I have a motion to approve the renewal of CUP 91-10-15-23 with the inclusion of the three recommendations by staff and the police department. Is there a second? Councilmember Kim.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the conditional use permit with those three inclusions. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, we're going to move on to ordinances on first reading. We have our first one is going to be ordinance 2448, LEDC amendment for general government fee. Do any council members have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2448 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2448 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I think this is going to be, I won't repeat myself every time, but I think one of the things I'm concerned about is the maximum, and we've talked about this time and time again, by going to the maximum fee increase. We're in a much different place than we were even 3 months ago in the housing market, and just these front-end costs have not only me concerned, but some people that I've talked to recently that are trying to move here or just closed on a house, seeing $900,000 houses up north and $585,000 houses down south is makes it quite tough to live in Commerce City right now. And so I just want us to be aware that, you know, some of that's market driven, some of that's driven by us, and I think it's a balance that we're trying to strike, because I do think the city needs to recover more funds during development so we can build the infrastructure and support the services needed for those new developments. But I'm just concerned we may be doing it too fast.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. This is a question I haven't asked before about these fees, and I just need clarity on it. We have the Northern Infrastructure Government Improvement Districts and all the bonds that are associated with that. Do other cities have these bonds as well as the high fees? Or were our bonds in lieu of the high fees, and are we doubling up now?
Yes, ma'am. We, most municipalities will have impact fees in addition to the ability to form special improvement districts. Under state law, based on local municipalities' impact authority, you are not allowed to double dip. So if you receive if you issue certain bonds to construct said roadway through the GID, you still have the ability to collect the fees to be able to put towards those bonds. Now, because once again, it's that GID that is issuing that bond for that infrastructure. So if we have collected a fee or if we have a developer as part of a metro district that is building some of that regional infrastructure, we could not charge that individual that impact fee. So there would be a credit due to the developer in a form of mitigation of that impact. So it's not uncommon for municipalities to have multiple tools in being able to deliver infrastructure necessary, whether it's roadways, water, and so forth, or water and sewer. And in this instance, you are required by state law that depending upon the participation by a developer or a property owner for said improvement to mitigate its impact, that you would have to issue a credit to them in the form of a reduction in that impact fee.
I don't see where the developer passes the reduction on to the buyer in said metro district. They just pocket that credit.
So with respect to the mechanisms between the metro district and how, with what you just shared there, ma'am, in pertaining to the impact fee, those are not connected under the guise of state law. Once again, if you have the quasi-public entity in the form of a Title 32 entity or of an improvement district that is not born of like a GID or an SID, in knowing that we are issuing those bonds through revenues that we collect as a city to then pay those bonds down, we can still collect those fees, those various impact fees, subject to that to be able to pay those bonds down. The Metro District.
Hang on a minute. I need to get some clarity first. So I'm looking at my property taxes, and I live in the Reunion Metro District.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If I buy a new home in the Reunion Metro District, will I see the NIGID payment in my property tax?
You will see your NIGID mill levy, and you should see a breakdown. But once again, I don't have a specific bill in front of me to reference that, so I'm speaking somewhat out of turn.
Will I see impact fees also?
No, because impact
In my
fees,
sale, in the sale, when I purchase the home?
no, ma'am. Impact fees are borne at the time of issuance of a building permit to the developer who is requesting either that residential unit, commercial unit, or industrial space.
At what stage does the developer get the credit that you've referred to more than once?
So it would be at time of building permit as well, where that credit equation would be factored in. So
Towards what? Credit towards?
So let's say that their fee was $1,000 that they had to pay per 100, for every 100 square feet of their use. If they had already previously identified the pre-construction of a roadway in which that $1,000 fee would be assessed, we would take an equivalence of what would have been the necessary impact fee and reduce it by what the road of that construction would be. So, for instance, they may have gotten half off of that $1,000 per 100 square feet because they built the road or they intend to build the road.
Okay, so we will be hoping then that developers do not tack on the impact fees because they will have gotten a credit because of since they have made some commitment to the city to do roads or whatever the case might be.
Yes, there's a very thorough review, once again, that we have to be able to demonstrate to the state that we have not run afoul of our impact authority. If you run afoul of your impact authority, there are greater consequences that we as a local municipality would have to address. So there are a number of different steps that we have to undertake as part of that audit and as well as part of ensuring that we are receiving the correct fees for what is to offset that infrastructure.
And when was the last time that we raised our fees?
It would be the late 1990s, early 2000s would be the last time that we comprehensively raised our fees.
So it's been 23 years. at least, since we have changed our fees, and that's why they are unfortunately larger than we might wish them to be, because it's a bit of catch-up?
Yes, ma'am. I think one thing I would like to clarify is that what you have before you are enabling ordinances. So the nice discussion is really saying, do you want to allow us to, at some point in time, collect a general government fee or a public works fee or a public safety fee? The conversation in and around the philosophical viewpoint of, do we charge the maximum rate of a impact fee, will be at time of second reading, where you will have a resolution before you which actually identifies what fees will be captured within the fee schedule. So there's going to be another bite at the apple pertaining to, do we charge 100% for residential or do we charge 75%? And then look at a scaling up to the maximum, so it defrays the impact, whether it's market driven or if it's in response to the environment that we're seeing today with residential. That conversation can be continued at the May 15th date, which is what is anticipated.
Thank you very much. That's helped me. I'm sorry to have taken council's time, but it's helpful. I appreciate knowing there's two parts to this. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Hurst.
Just listening, just have one quick question. Is it dollar for dollar in that exchange? Because if there's no development agreement agreed to and there needs to be a road built, they can pay in lieu of, and then we're forced to build the road?
It is supposed to be a dollar for dollar credit of what has gone towards the construction of that improvement. So if it's $2 million to build that road, that would be a $2 million credit. If it's $3 million to build a park that they would then turnkey over to the city, it would be a $3 million credit for that. Once again, we have to provide that credit based on the actual impact that was delivered or offset by that developer.
So what protects us from that? Is it development agreements where that $2 million road is identified? Without a development agreement, can they just give $2 million and walk away?
There's a number of different agreements that we can have in place that can provide protection, depending on the stage of where that development is at. Let's say it could be at time of annexation, where we can outline various terms and conditions pertaining to that developer's participation in constructing roadways, parks, other amenities, or stormwater. It could be at time of development review, whether it's at time of subdivision or at time of when they actually have a development plan where a subdivision is not required. In that agreement, we would still take the necessary precautions to ensure that, right, we're minimizing default.
Yeah, I think the basis of my questions are simply with front-end costs. I don't know any state employees that don't have two high-level jobs with both people in the household that could afford to live here any longer, and that's concerning for me. I mean, obviously there's a whole list of other jobs that fit into that same category, and I just want to make sure that we remain the commerce city we want to be, and not something that we're not right now.
Is there any other discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2448 by council of City Land, approve on first reading. Will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2448, an ordinance amending the Land Development Code of the City of Commerce City by the addition of a general government fee on the new development based off recent studies of the same. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously 8-0, one excused absence. Next up is going to be ordinance 2500, LDC amendment for a public works fee. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2500 by council of City Land, approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim?
Second.
I have a motion and second to introduce ordinance 2500 by Council Seaton and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2500, an ordinance amending the Land Development Code of the City of Commerce City by the addition of a public works fee on the new development based off recent studies of the same. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Next up is ordinance 2501, LDC amendment for a public safety fee. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing no questions, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2501 by Councilor Seaton and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2501 by Councilor Seaton and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2501, an ordinance amending the Land Development Code of the City of Commerce City by the addition of a public safety fee on new development based off recent studies of the same. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Next up is ordinance 2502, LDC amendment for a public park fee. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2502 by Councilor Seaton and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2502 by Councilor Seaton and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. I just want to say, as we go through these, that I'm completely on board with Councilmember Hurst. It is painful, I think, certainly for myself, and I'm sure it is for the rest of the council members, that we have to even consider fees, especially fees that bring us into balance after 23 years of not having them improved. It's taken us 2 years at least to get to this point that we've been having this conversation. So it's just something that had to occur. The city provides services to everyone in the city, and the services have cost more for homes than the city has been able to recover. So as difficult as this is, and it is very difficult, it's unfortunate and something that has to be done sometimes when you are in the position to help make the best city we possibly can. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2502, an ordinance amending the Land Development Code of the City of Commerce City by updating the public park fee based on recent studies of the same. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. We're going to move on to ordinance 2475-249. Oh. There are ordinances 2475 through 2494. Building code updates. All 20 ordinances will have one presentation. Individual motions and votes will be taken on each ordinance separately after the presentation. At this time, I'll invite Brian Foley, Chief Building Officer, to make the presentation.
The purpose of this in the microphone. Sorry. There you go. I'll start all over again. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Brian Foley. I'm the Chief Building Official of the city, and we're here today to discuss or to review the building code, which we are now calling the City of Commerce City Building Code, the C3BC. The purpose of this and related ordinances in the next 20 that you'll hear is to update the city's building code, adopting changes made in the various 2021 editions of the international codes apply city-specific revisions to the adopted codes, some of which were decided in the November 2020 study session here in this room, and to simplify, consolidate, and clarify the city's building code support functions such as appeals, violations, contractor licenses, fees, and third-party services.
Excuse me, sir, do you have a presentation to open?
I do, and I'm about ready to open it.
Okay.
I'm going to go through the notable changes, and I'm going to make it as quickly as possible. To remind you that the Commerce City Building Code is really made up of the international codes by the International Code Council. The 2021 versions are the ones we're looking to adopt. I'm going to get right into some of the administrative changes that we've decided to make. We've decided to make some changes for the Board of Building Code Appeals to make it a standing board, not an ad hoc board, so that we can hear appeals to decisions made by me and my staff. The administrative provisions we are giving builders a 1-year grace period from the date of adoption to the date of you must fully, the technical provisions must fully apply. That's to give builders and designers 1 year to update their standard plans. We are also introducing the ability to create a third-party program to set criteria, allow for faster building department approvals, and to get permits out quicker and inspections done quicker. We're requiring staff to cite the building code sections that are the basis for failure for plan reviews and inspections. And into the technical changes, we're going to go through commercial first. The new building codes introduce something very exciting, and that is mass timber, which allows for high rises and much less expensive materials, renewable resources. This is very exciting stuff. You see some right now in neighboring jurisdictions. We have egress improvements for escape rooms. The code has finally caught up to the fad of escape rooms and occupied roofs. We now have code sections that allow for sewer relining, which has been problematic in the past and is now codified in the international codes. And we are prohibiting unvented alcohol burning fireplaces and appliances of that sort. We are introducing the International Green Construction Code as an optional code to help builders become more green. For residential changes, we are protecting floors from unfinished basements with drywall on the underside of the floor. There are exceptions when we have 2-bys or when we have sprinklers. And when I say 2-bys, I mean 2x12, 2x10s, things of that sort. It's when we have wood eye joists that burn quicker, and even though they're less expensive and easy to put up, they do burn quicker. Controversial amendment is to adopt the residential sprinklers for townhouses, duplexes, and for detached homes less than 8 feet from a property line. Exterior finishes, we have limited combustibility, and that was a decision made here in this room back in November. Solar-ready attics and our energy conservation provisions, we are giving applicants the choice to adopt the 2021 levels or go back to the 2018 levels until the state requires it in 2025. Window well covers have been a source of aggravation for many of our homeowners. When they're deeper than 30 inches, we require that they have a cover that can support human load. Another issue that we were trying to alleviate is to create an underlayment requirement so that ice damming is prevented and we don't have water and ice infiltration into the house. And that is my presentation. Any questions and discussions? You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. Appreciate your presentation. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Noble?
My question is about the 1-year grace period.
Mm-hmm.
How is that protective if all of these measures are to be protective? That was a discussion that we had last year when we went through this.
For a builder, particularly a tract builder like the ones we see up in Reunion, it will take them a considerable amount of time to redesign, particularly if we adopt residential sprinklers. It will take them a considerable amount of time to redesign all of their master models, which is the base model for the majority of the work that they do. The designers will still be able to build and apply for permits using the provisions that we have adopted today with the safety level that we have today. They'll be able to continue to do that for 1 year. After which time, they must adhere to the 2021 code.
Some of the homes I've witnessed go up awfully quickly. Most of them could be built out within a year.
That's correct, but the redesign of the actual plans for those houses can take a considerable amount of time. So we allow this 1 year grace period to give them the opportunity to design right and to meet the requirements of our code.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Hurst.
Can you remind me how many other cities have residential sprinkler requirements in Colorado?
In Colorado, I know of just a handful. The closest, I believe, is Boulder, but it's not a widely distributed provision that is adopted locally. Nationally, there are a number of states that have adopted it, some for just townhomes, some for all homes. But it is not a widely adopted provision. But it is gaining momentum.
Any other questions for staff? All right, thank you, sir. We're going to start with ordinance 2475, consolidate definitions of Board of Building Code appeals. Looking for a motion and second to introduce ordinance 2475 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
I have a motion and second to introduce ordinance 2475 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2475, an ordinance repealing and replacing Section 2-3004 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code in order to consolidate provisions defining the Board of Building Code Appeals, BBCA. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Next up is ordinance 2476, the 2021 International Code and 2023 National Electric Code. Looking for a motion and second to introduce ordinance 2476 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
I have a motion and second to introduce ordinance 2476 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice, or ask the city clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Ordinance 2476, an ordinance amending Chapter 5, Article 1 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which establishes the 2021 Commerce City Building Code, C3BC, and incorporates the 2021 editions of the International Codes and the 2023 National Electrical Code. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Next up is ordinance 2477 to modernize the Board of Building Code of Appeals. I'm looking for a motion and second to introduce ordinance 2477 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
I have a motion and second to introduce ordinance 2477 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2477, an ordinance repealing and replacing Section 5-21 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to update and modernize provisions defining the Board of Building Code Appeals, BBCA. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Next up is ordinance 2478, licensing and registration of contractors. I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2478 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2478 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2478, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 3 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which regulates the licensing and registration of contractors in the city. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Up next is ordinance 2479, adoption of the 2021 International Building Code. Looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2479 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt, or have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2479 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2479, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 1 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Building Code, IBC, with the city-centric amendments. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Now we're going to move on to ordinance 2480, adoption of the 2021 International Residential Code. I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2480 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2480 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2480, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 2 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Residential Code, IRC, with city-centric amendments. Your vote is open. Councilmember Hurst.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Up next is going to be ordinance 2481, adoption of the 2021 International Existing Building Code. Looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2481 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2481 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2481, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 3 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Existing Building Code, IEBC, with city-centric amendments. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Moving on to ordinance 2482, adoption of the 2021 International Property Maintenance Code. I'm looking for a motion and second to introduce ordinance 2482 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2482 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2482, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 4 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Property Maintenance Code, IPMC, with the city-centric amendments. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Up next is ordinance 2483, adoption of the 2023 National Electric Code. Looking for a motion and second to introduce ordinance 2483 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2483 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2483, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 5 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2023 National Electric Code, NEC. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. We're going to move on to ordinance 2484, adoption of the 2021 International Plumbing Code. Looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2484 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion second to introduce ordinance 2484 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2484, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 6 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Plumbing Code, IPC, with state-mandated amendments. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Moving on to ordinance 2485, adoption of the 2021 International Mechanical Code. Looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2485 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion second to introduce ordinance 2485 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2485, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 7 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Mechanical Code, IMC, with city-centric amendments. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Moving on to ordinance 2486, adoption of the 2021 International Fuel Gas Code. Looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2486 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion second to introduce ordinance 2486 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, Councilmember Noble.
Fuel gas code, does this have is there anything in there that reflects the fire chief coming before us and asking and making any recommendations regarding EVs or any of that kind of thing? Okay, and is there anything in any of these that applies to what the fire chief asked for?
That would be in the International Building Code, which you've already approved.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other requests for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2486, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 8 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Fuel Gas Code, IFGC, with city-centric amendments. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. We're going to move on to ordinance 2487, adoption of the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code. Looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2487 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion second to introduce ordinance 2487 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2487, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 9 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code, IECC, with city-centric amendments. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Going to move on to ordinance 2488, adoption of the 2021 International Fire Code. Looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2488 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion second to introduce ordinance 2488 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, F, the requirements for sprinklers in single-family homes is not remitted. I will be opposing ordinance 2488.
Councilmember Hurst.
Can we go over one more time what the 8 feet to the property line, what type of residential units would be impacted by that moving forward?
The residential sprinklers was in the International Residential Code, which we've already approved. The International Fire Code is more for maintenance of existing construction, as administered by the fire marshal.
Here. All right. We'll have a better fight in round 2.
I see no other requests for discussion. Will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2488, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 10 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Fire Code, IFC, with the city-centric amendments. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Going to move on to ordinance 2489, adoption of the 2021 International Swimming Pool and Spa Code. Looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2489 by Councilor Seedland and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. I have a motion second to introduce ordinance 2489 by Councilor Seedland and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2489, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 11 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Swimming Pool and Spa Code, ISPSC, with city-centric amendments. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Next up is ordinance 2490, adoption of the 2021 International Private Sewage Disposal Code. I'm looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2490 by Councilor Seedland and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. I have a motion second to introduce ordinance 2490 by Councilor Seedland and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2490, an ordinance to create Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 12 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Private Sewage Disposal Code, IPSDC, with city-centric amendments. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. We're going to move on to ordinance 2491, adoption of the 2021 International Green Construction Code. Looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2491 by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion second to introduce ordinance 2491 by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2491, an ordinance to create Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 13 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Green Construction Code, IGCC, with city-centric amendments. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Going to move on to ordinance 2492, updating violations of the C3 Building Code. Looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2492 by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion second to introduce ordinance 2492 by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2492, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 5 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to update provisions for violations of the City of Commerce City Building Code C3BC. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. We are on the last page. Ordinance 2493, consolidate provisions for fee calculations for permits. Looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2493 by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion second to introduce ordinance 2493 by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2493, an ordinance to create Article 6 of Chapter 5 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to consolidate the provisions which regulate how fees are calculated for permits associated with the Commerce City Building Code C3BC. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Now going to move on to our last one, which is ordinance 2494, establishing provisions for third-party plan review and inspection. Looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2494 by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion second to introduce ordinance 2494 by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk for the last time, read the title and take a roll call vote.
Ordinance 2494, an ordinance to create Article 7 of Chapter 5 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to establish provisions which regulate third-party plan review and inspection services, enforcing the City of Commerce City Building Code C3BC on behalf of the city. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously 8-0, one excused absence. And that was more fun than a barrel of monkeys. Going to move on to administrative business. First up is a draft DRCOG letter of support.
Administrative business, and do you have Dr.?
Mr. Rogers, which staff member is going to be here to introduce the letter?
It is my understanding that we have Dr. Rosemarie Russo. She is currently waiting in the wings.
All right, I'll invite Dr. Rosemarie Russo virtually to introduce the letter.
Hi, good evening. So the letter in your packet that I prepared is for a pollution reduction grant to EPA, and we are part of a Denver Aurora Lakewood submittal. This grant is, there's two phases of it. The first one is $1 million for planning, and to be eligible for the second phase, which is 4.6 million, we need to be part of phase 1. And so we've submitted that information that DRCOG requested. There's a set aside for environmental injustice and communities. So we fit that category.
All right, looking for a motion and a second to approve the letter and for me to affix my signature on the letter. Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Councilmember Noble?
I'd like to second that.
Have a motion and a second to approve the letter and have me affix my signature to the letter. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
This is really a significant opportunity for Commerce City. We're talking about $4.3 billion with a B that will be potentially available to various communities, not only to Commerce City, of course, but to various communities. So I'm very excited that this process is moving forward. We heard a number of opportunities when we were in Washington, D.C. on behalf of the City Council and the city a couple of weeks ago. So thank you very much for moving forward on this, and good luck.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing no other request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Thank you, ma'am, for your time. Have a good evening.
Thanks, you too.
All right, any council members have administrative business items of an emergency or unforeseen circumstance? Councilmember Noble.
Okay, I think there's some minutes that we need to deal with. So, back to the city attorney. I don't know how to rescind something I didn't say, but it was a motion. So am I the one to rescind it, or does someone else need to rescind it? Do I replace it? How would you like this to occur?
Technically, you can move to rescind, or anyone else can move to rescind.
Okay, I will move to rescind my motion as stated in the April 3rd minutes regarding town halls.
I have a motion to rescind, a motion made by Councilmember Noble during the April 3rd, 2023 meeting during administrative council business regarding town halls to be conducted. Is there a second? Councilmember Douglas?
I'll second that, please.
I have a motion and a second to rescind that motion. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I completely disagree. I think we have to have town halls discussing our new wards. And it has to be done by the end of June. But we can also do exactly what Councilwoman Noble's asking for. I think we can do both.
That's what I intend to do. Just starting fresh.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much. Yes, Councilmember Hurst, I just want to start fresh. on the amendment? I could add to the other one, but we may as well rescind this one and start all over.
I understand. I agree with you as long as that's where we're going.
Yep.
All right, motion and second to rescind the motion to have these town halls take place. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Now I'd like to bring us back to the topic of the minutes. We had a motion and a second to approve the minutes from April 3rd, 2023. Is there any discussion on that? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I just want my motion and the motion as stated by the mayor to be in the minutes. To both be in the minutes.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to continue minutes 23-099 with the inclusion of a word-for-word transcription taken off of the YouTube video of that meeting of the motion that was made that evening. Councilmember Noble?
Is that amendment?
And that is a motion to continue these minutes to a later meeting and have that included word for word.
Mr. Mayor, I had a motion on the floor.
If there's a motion, if there's no second, it failed, but I didn't hear
There is
whether or
no-
not there was a second.
There was no motion that was made.
I made a motion.
I thought I heard Councilmember Noble make a motion, but
What was the motion that was made?
I made the motion to have both your motion and my motion in the minutes.
Okay. You stated that you wanted that to happen, but at no time did you state, I make a motion for that to happen. So if you would like to make a motion, you need to use the words, I make a motion to. Simply stating a request or a desire does not make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Then your motion stands.
Thank you. So I've made a motion to continue minutes 23-099 to a later meeting and have the inclusion of the transcript taken directly word for word from the YouTube video of that meeting included in the minutes. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second, the motion.
Have a motion and a second to continue minutes 23-099 and include the motion word for word from the YouTube video. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
I'm sorry, I don't have anything to say.
All right, seeing no other requests for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. We will readdress those minutes at a later time. Does anybody else on council have any administrative business items of an emergency or unforeseen circumstance? Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. In light of the fact that the next Youth Commission meeting is this coming Thursday, I would like to make a motion that we contribute $500 to purchase name tags for the Youth Commission members, as they do not have a adequate budget for it at this time, but because they did not have name tags when they were in Washington, D.C., and they plan to participate in some very significant events, I would like to see them have those name tags.
I have a motion to contribute $500 for the Youth Commission to have name tags generated for their use. Is there a second? Councilmember Noble? I have a motion to contribute $500 for name tags. Councilmember Chacon?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to contribute $500 for name tags. Is there any discussion? Ms. Peters?
Yes, we actually have a process in place for the boards and commissions program for them to be able to request that through their boards and commissions budget. And we're also working through making that consistent across all the boards, so they actually will get name tags.
Well, this was because they couldn't, they didn't want to wait for I mean, they mentioned it last time in the last meeting, and yes, they would have it in a budget that was upcoming, they just don't have it now. And
They can make an additional request for it. We actually, through the new program that Jordan has been putting together, there's actually a process for them to request that at any time.
so I can announce it at the next youth commission meeting
Yep, and they
that
can
they
work
have
through
a
Jenny
way
to
to
get
doing.
that ordered up. That way they're all the same and they're consistent across all the boards and commissions.
That's wonderful news. Thank you so much. I mean, I'm just so proud of this youth commission and how they've just taken an initiative to skyrocket, and I want to see them continue to blossom the way they have. And the name
Completely agree.
tags, if they can have them sooner than later, it's just going to,
We will work with Jenny to get that moving forward.
awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
I pull that motion then.
All right, that motion is rescinded. Did you have another motion to make, Councilmember Douglas?
No, that is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Noble?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion about town halls. My motion is, let me see, I'm just finishing here. Okay. I move for staff assistance, preparation, marketing, and reserved community rooms for ward town halls to be held in each of the 4 wards no later than the end of the second quarter of 2023 with ward council reps to discuss redistricting and any other community topics.
Have a motion to direct staff to reserve community rooms and schedule.
No, I'd like to go back, Mr. Mayor. I move for staff assistance, comma, preparation, comma, and marketing, comma, and reserved community rooms for ward town halls to be held in each of the 4 wards no later than the end of the second quarter of 2023 with ward council reps to discuss redistricting and any other community topics.
Thank you. Would you be so kind as to pass that to me so that I can read it word for word, and there is no confusion as to what the motion is? Thank you, I appreciate that. I have a motion for staff assistance, preparation, and marketing and reserved community rooms for ward town halls to be held for in each of the 4 wards by no later than the end of the second quarter of 2023 with ward council reps to discuss redistricting and any other community topics. Is there a second? Councilmember Chacon.
I second.
I have a motion and a second for these town halls to take place. Is there any discussion? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple points of clarity for me and my staff, just to kind of understand the expectation that's being set. As I understand it, that is 4 individual meetings by the end of June, in which, is it the expectation that staff would engage the respective council member from that ward in the preparation of that? And if so, that's just a point of clarity for me and my staff. Understanding that with where we stand midway through the month of April and knowing that we have May and June, I'd be remiss to share that the thing that we haven't assessed is how to try to accomplish that expectation, given some of the already existing focuses that staff has prioritized to be able to keep us moving forward from an operational standpoint or the day-to-day. So is there any flexibility in how we approach those 4 meetings by the end of June from a timeline perspective, either sequentially or combining maybe respective words that are adjoining to one another?
I would like to do each of the 4 wards. The city of Thornton does ward town halls 4 times a year. We haven't done any in 3.5 years. So it is important to do at this juncture because of the fact that the boundaries have changed on these wards, and it's another way of familiarizing people. I would suggest that someone else does it, but unfortunately only 11 people participated in Zoom town halls regarding redistricting. So this is an opportunity for these town halls to actually be in the communities in their particular wards. The differences between Ward 3 and Ward 2 are evident. The differences between Ward 1 and Ward 3 are evident, and the differences between Ward 3 and Ward 4 are evident as well. So each of us picked up or lost communities, and it's an opportunity to get to know them. I don't think we need to make this complicated, Mr. Rogers. I certainly understand why you have any concerns, but that's why I did this 2 weeks ago. It wasn't until I sat down with you to discuss how I wanted the town hall in Ward 4 to be last Thursday that I learned that there was a completely different impression about the purpose of these town halls. At no point, though, was there any discussion about not doing them at all. So I would like to just move us forward and do it all as quickly as we possibly can. I think it should be very simple to do, really.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I'd like to be included in all 4 since I represent all 4 wards.
Yep, and I would want you to. And all at-large people to attend all of the,
I just want to make sure.
all 4, sure. And the mayor, of course.
Councilmember Douglas?
I was just going to ask the same thing, but Councilmember Hurst asked first.
Yeah. It's just that you need a point person.
All right, Councilmember Noble, can you do me a favor and read that motion?
I know, I'm sorry.
Can you do me a favor and read that motion one more time?
Okay. Okay. I move for staff assistance, preparation, and marketing, and reserve community rooms for ward town halls to be held in each of the 4 wards no later than the end of the second quarter of 2023, with ward council reps to discuss redistricting and any other community topics.
I gotta be honest, I'm really confused.
Okay, what is confusing you?
We have spent a considerable amount of time this evening. Our staff has spent a considerable amount of time over the weekend trying to gun down what was actually motioned back on April 3rd. In the minutes 23-099 that we just had to continue said directly, a motion was made by Councilmember Noble, seconded by Councilmember Kim, to direct staff to assist, prepare, market, and reserve community rooms for ward town halls to discuss redistricting and new ward boundaries within the community. So I was expecting a completely different motion to be made by you concerning these town halls, given the fact that we have spent a considerable amount of time to discuss the accuracy and validity of these minutes, and your motion is for the exact same thing with one slight inclusion that we could also discuss other community topics. So I'm really confused why we have spent this much time this evening to make the same exact motion that was made 2 weeks ago, that was already approved, and could have had staff moving forward on this without being in the middle of April having to change direction, which instead of being a 180 is actually a 360. Can you please clarify for me
Yes,
why it is that we have spent this much time trying to discuss the validity of these minutes when your motion that you have just made during administrative council business almost mirrors it word for word without the inclusion of other community topics.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to clarify. This was a conciliatory motion to include both viewpoints. Mr. Hurst, Councilmember Hurst, said earlier that he would like to have the issue of redistricting included. Therefore, I put it into my motion that I just made. I was being conciliatory, and I will continue to operate that way. I would like to call for a vote now before the time runs out.
All right, motion and second to have these town halls. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries for the second time, 8-0 with one excused absence. Is there any other administrative council business? All right, at this time, I'm looking for a motion and second to extend the automatic adjournment time of this meeting by 90 minutes. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. I have a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment time of this meeting by 90 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. We're going to move on to reports. Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, sir. I will step through this rather quickly. Looking at the regular meeting agenda, want to bring awareness to you for a third executive session will be added to that. That will be for the purpose of determining a position relative to the matter that may be subject to negotiations concerning incentives for a potential economic development project within the city. That will add at about an additional 30 minutes to a rather robust agenda that right now is currently slated to conclude at 11:15. Adding that, which I do believe is a necessary conversation with our council, would have us conclude at just briefly before midnight. Looking at our study session agenda, our next available date to talk about traffic calming, safe routes, and other opportunities for traffic control measures in a more broad sense would be sometime in June 12th or June 26th. I've not had a chance to talk with our team to see which date that we can hit. I would intend to come back to you all during my next report at next Monday with a confirmation of that being on an agenda. Another item to bring forward to you all is that we have a request for an opportunity, FlyDen, to come before council to provide you all with an update with a number of different efforts that is ongoing at the airport. So I will be looking to schedule that as well in June or July to come before you. If I can ask Mr. Jason Dennison and Mr. Jeff Maxwell to take a brief stand, I'd like to introduce our two new hires. Mr. Jason Dennison, he is the Director of Strategic Partnerships within our Office of Economic Opportunity and Cultural Affairs. And we have Mr. Maxwell, who joined us today as his first day as the Project and Operations Implementation Officer. We are super excited to have him here to help continue to usher the city forward to a bigger, better, and brighter future. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining the family.
Welcome to both of you. Please come back tomorrow. Just a little bit of good news. The city received the deed for the 27J High School site off of 96th Avenue and future Landmark Drive as it connects into last Friday. That was countersigned by myself and sent over to the county for recordation. On that same day, we actually kicked off the design process with 27J for the joint use of the community park and high school site. There's also been the release of an RFP to kick off the modernization of our gateway and wayfinding signage. Bids are due May 2nd for consideration of who will help us define what we look like from, I'll call it, identification of sign coming in and out of city and throughout our city. So excited about that as well. And just a little bit of additional news. We received our approval on our Buffalo Run Golf Course well permit. You all may have a familiar, you may remember that we had a very robust discussion about potable water or use of well water. It took longer than usual for that permit to make its way through the state due to what I would call the irregular shape
and connectivity of our golf course. That being said, we got through, and their approval was also granted to us last Friday. So we will have to come back to you all with a reappropriation of the funds that were approved in 2022, just to be able to expend those in 2023. Last but not least, we did kick off our community response team last Tuesday. That was a group of different departments that went out to identify different code violations and or regulatory issues. And that group over a 4-hour period found 36 code violations ranging from vehicle citations, illegal parking citations, shopping cart retrieval, as well as conducting 2 homeless outreach efforts at 2 different locations with residents. So we will continue to do that throughout our city, but I would say that was the first great day for us. And then last week, the Adams Sheriff and various Adams County chiefs met to discuss the needs for a detox center as well as a walk-in crisis center in Adams County. Those conversations are early days, and as that continues to move forward, we will make sure to bring that back to you all for more information. And with that, that ends my report.
Thanks, sir. Anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Rogers concerning his report? Seeing none, we'll move on to Interim City Attorney Geiger.
I don't have anything, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for Interim City Attorney Geiger? Seeing none. Any council members wish to make a report? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make this very quick. Just last Wednesday attended the planning again with the city staff, the mayor and Councilman Hurst for the Memorial Day parade, and just want to encourage everyone to enter the parade, and if you want to come out and celebrate with us, with the city, that would be great. And also on April 13th, Thursday, I attended the Senior Commission meeting. That's all I have for my report. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Sorry for the lengthiness here. So first 2 questions for the city manager. One is, what is the current state of Miss Ellen Hogue and her employment with the Housing Authority? Do you have an update on that?
Yes, sir. Staff has prepared a memo in regards to correspondence back and forth that led to a discussion of whether her appointment was valid due to various prohibitions. That memo has been shared with the city attorney's office. I will have to continue to work with the attorney to make sure that we can come back to you with an appropriate response to her appointment. We anticipate that to be in the near future, but I will have Sarah weigh in as well.
Yeah, the city attorney's office has not looked at this specific issue yet, but apparently it will be, so.
Thank you. Second question for the city manager as well is, I know previously we talked about having Suncor come forward. So I'd like to know as far as what is the current status of that?
So thank you for that question, sir. Staff has reached out to Suncor, and I would phrase the response that I received in this. It's not a yes. It's not a no. It's not a yes with caveats. I think in their understanding is what is wanting to understand. First and foremost, yes, they want to engage with you all, and they want to engage with the community. Secondly, they want to understand what is the desired outcome by council in these conversations. And in so, understanding those desired outcomes, they would like to partner with the city on how to accomplish and how to achieve that discussion. They have shared they value the relationship with the city, and they want to be forthright. They want to be frank. They don't want to push back from the table. They actually want to lean in, and those are exact words. But at the same time, they want to make sure that the conversation that is being held is being one that allows for some form of positive movement in trying to address whatever those desired outcomes may be. for the benefit of the community, for the benefit of the organization, or for the benefit of all involved. So if the goal is to have a town hall, they would hope to be able to have a voice in defining the town hall. And having a meaningful voice is what was provided for me when we reached out and had a very brief conversation about the invitation to come before council.
So my question to you then is, what is our next steps?
I think that's a great question back, and I don't mean it to come across as such, but a question for council. Understanding that that's the position that they're willing to take, and wanting to have a heightened level of engagement and partnership and collaboration towards this town hall. Is council supportive of staff going back and working through what those details could be in that collaborative method to then present that to you as an acceptable approach or an acceptable deliverable? But I think that's something me and my team would have to first understand before really taking any credible or meaningful next steps in that discussion.
Okay, we can, my standpoint is just have them come forward, discuss what, what's occurred in the past several months. What have they done to mitigate those? Obviously, they have the current situation with the emissions that's been reported out there. Just a random, these are just questions that, a lot of the residents have, constituents have, essentially, right? So that's just my own opinion. That's what I would love to know. And I'd love to know as far as what they're doing to move forward to essentially, become I don't want to say, for lack of a better word, better partner, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would want.
Okay.
So that's just my own opinion, though. All right, thank you. And then I guess as far as reports are concerned, tomorrow I'll be attending the Adams County Commissioners meeting on Tuesday, in hopes that hopefully there will be some address to Kara Kincaid and her death. It's tomorrow at 9:30. In addition to that, just want to make sure everyone's aware too that there was also another child who died out of Stewart Middle School, suicide. I don't have all the details on that. Can't go into the details on it if I did, but just want to let you guys know that prayers and thoughts are with that family. Met with a previous applicant, Plan West, related to Settlers Village, to just kind of understand where, what the impact was as far as with the current residential moratorium. The second other thing too is I've got had an opportunity to meet with the finance team this morning. Shout out to Teresa and Ken. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. As much as I don't know about finance and the accounting aspects of things, I appreciate your guys' time in talking to me about that. April 22nd is Earth Day. Mayor Pro Tem and I are going to head down to the King Supers, pass out a lot of the bags at that time. And then lastly, I am meeting with South Adams County Water this Friday for a tour with Mr. Abel Moreno. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon.
I have just one report to give. It's a concerning language about a draft definition from CDPHE that could actually affect Commerce City in state and federal grant making, and also the definition for disproportionately impacted communities, which can affect enforceability for protection of co-pollutants. And right now, CDPHE, they've taken that they do want to keep race as a factor in the definition, but they've actually changed against the Environmental Justice Action Task Force recommendations that any state agency as defined in section 24.4-1023 may exercise appropriate discretion to apply part or all of the criteria and parts through a below case-by-case basis, depending on the nature of the decision it makes. The reason that this is concerning is because it would allow state agencies to pick and choose what factors they would want to use to identify disproportionately impacted communities, and agencies can simply decide not to use the race-based prong or any other prong for that matter that the Environmental Justice Action Task Force has recommended. This also raises serious concerns for enforceability. For example, upcoming rulemakings like the GEM industrial emissions reduction rulemaking, where people are pushing for greater coal pollutant protections. This allows certain flexibility or discretion proposed in the DIC definition, and there will not be any certainty about which communities qualify as disproportionately impacted communities now. Agencies will be able to pick and choose among the factors and should choose ones that are less protective or that can significantly narrow the scope of communities that qualify as disproportionately impacted communities. Again, this does not align with the Environmental Justice Action Task Force recommendations, and we further recommend that there should be a single standardized statutory definition of DI community that includes all the same factors for all state agencies. This does apply to especially Justice 40 and the new IRA and IIJA funding. The Environmental Justice Action Task Force recommends do suggest agency discretion in how they apply the definition through implementing statutes or regulations like EJ grant-making programs through rule prioritized funding or communities that qualify as DIC based on their EnviroStream score over communities that qualify as DIC based on the housing cost burden prong, but personally, we do not think that the flexibility should be built into the definition itself. If anybody wants to comment on this, tomorrow they're actually going to be meeting with the stakeholder group at Wednesday at 3 p.m. with CDPHE to be able to comment, especially on cities, about how this can impact us in grant-making processes and, again, enforceability of co-pollutants.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say, and maybe Mr. Rogers was going to say this, that we as a city do need to take a position on this, and can it be something that we can do now, even though we're in council reports rather than administrative council business?
Sorry, I missed the question. What do you want to discuss now as opposed to?
What Councilmember Chacon just stated, that the city takes a position that applies all criteria to all agencies when it comes to DEI, correct?
Yes, the DI definition.
And that,
Yeah, that's fine.
that would be fine? Okay, would you like to make that motion since this is your, however you want to state it?
May I make that motion? Or may I make the motion for the city to be able to take a stance with the Environmental Justice Action Task Force to have all criteria for all state agencies to have one unified definition for disproportionately impacted communities? Sorry, that was a long.
I'll second that.
Just to clarify, did you say, are you moving officially or are you asking to move? I'm confused.
Moving officially to make a motion.
Mayor, did you get that motion?
I did. We're in reports right now. And it's your
Okay.
legal opinion that during reports, we can make motions?
Well, I guess technically it would be up to you as well. I don't see any other real legal issues with it. We've had motions before during council reports, but maybe have a motion to determine if council would like to have the motion. I mean, it's half doesn't the other, really.
So we should have a motion to see if we can have a motion on a motion that,
Yeah, whatever. I mean, there's a motion on the table, so I just myself was confused about the actual motion, so.
all right. We'll deal with it in a moment. We'll deal with it after we get done with reports. Okay.
Okay, I have a report then.
Councilmember Noble.
I met with 3 developers separately this past week. Devender Sandhu, Zel Cantrell, and Daniel Frank, along with Councilmember Kim with Mr. Frank. And I would also like to say that there was a notification that we received from Suncor today. They have begun preventative maintenance on Plant 2. So they are shutting down Plant 2. And I think what was important in their notification today was that they are doing $100 million in preventative maintenance. And there will be 700 workers over 2 shifts on a daily basis through June. Now, all of this is wait to be seen when it comes to the impact it will have, but given the fact that I have, and certainly I think we have, called consistently for infrastructure investment by Suncor in order to stop the exceedances over the allowed pollution. I think this is a step in the right direction. This was a notification that came from Suncor this morning at around 9:30. That's all I have.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huesman. I met with Alex Luna from UNE, and we met to discuss Senate Bill 213, and I was pleased to find out that they're actually in opposition to the bill as we are, and are supporting the stance that the city has taken. And we're going to continue to meet on that. We want to go over the bill completely with the amendments so that we have a really clear understanding on what's involved, so that we can advise the supporters of this bill onto either how to table it or to make the appropriate amendment so that it is actually effective as an affordable housing bill, which it is supposed to be, but as it stands, it is not. I also went to the anti-gun violence rally that was held at Adams 14, led by Aaliyah Acevedo. I am so proud of the fact that she is on the Youth Commission, our own Commerce City Youth Commission, and to see her leadership just made me quite proud. And it was a very successful rally. I got to speak, tell my own story of how we spend an afternoon going back and forth with our daughter, who was protecting her own group of students because there was shooting outside of Hinckley High School, which is where she teaches. And we were on a bus tour at that time, and so there was no way that we could get off the bus to leave the tour to, I don't know what we would have done as parents to be there, but to suffer that whole afternoon, waiting for her phone calls and waiting for updates, and to know that this can happen anywhere at a split second. It just takes somebody to make a really bad decision and have in their possession an automatic weapon. And we see time and time again. Look at this weekend, a Sweet 16 party. All of a sudden, I mean, there was a report that there was an argument. There was no argument. Somebody just decided to start shooting, and I don't know if it was racially motivated, because it's in a town in Alabama where there's only 25% of that city's population that's Black, and there's, races are starting to get along, and it made somebody mad. I don't know. But this keeps happening, and so we have to support our young people in taking a stance. We just have to. I'm also really proud of Isabella Vedasco, who is also a part of the Youth Commission, who spoke tonight as well. We need to hear their voices. On the same night, I went to the Adams 14 Board of Education. That ended abruptly. I didn't know why it ended. We were leaving, that they called the meeting to an end because they just lost one of their own. And then to hear about the young person taking his life at from Stewart Middle School. That means he was in middle school. That's so young. That is so young. How do you get a gun? You know, why do we have to have, one of my biggest fears is that one of my grandkids is going to go to somebody's home where they're gonna have a gun and their friend is going to bring out the gun. It's gotta stop. That's my report, and let's start supporting our youth. Let's let them know that we love them dearly.
All right, any other reports? All right, Thursday, Mr. Rogers and I had a meeting with the property owner in the general vicinity of 104th Avenue and US 85. Friday, we had a meeting with a developer for the property generally located at 112th Avenue and Tower Road, all the way east out towards Himalaya, Piccadilly, past?
That sounds about right.
General area. Concludes my report. We're going to go back to administrative council business. And Councilmember Chacon, you have a motion that you would like to make during
I'm just
administrative
gonna
council business?
Revise my previous advice, having looked at council policy 16A4P. It does state that council reports are limited to reports by council members regarding meetings and activities related to city council business since the previous council meeting, and limited to 5 minutes each unless extended by council. It doesn't call for council action. And so I'm gonna go back to my semi-ridiculous advice, but that's in council policies. But if you all did a motion to allow the motion, technically, that would be okay.
All right, this time I'm looking for a motion to revisit administrative council business. Councilmember Noble.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to revisit administrative council business. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we'll go back to administrative council business based on that vote and the excellent legal advice given by interim city attorney Geiger. Councilmember Chacon, did you have a motion that you wish to make during administrative council business?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, and thank you to Geiger, interim attorney. I would like to make a motion to support Environmental Justice Task Force recommendations that there should be a single standardized statutory definition of DI community that includes all of the same factors for all state agencies, to recommend to CDPHE for their draft change.
Councilmember Noble?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to do what Councilmember Chacon said. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I'm going to abstain from my vote because I know that the change in position came from the Attorney General's office, and we are dealing with it at my work right now. And so I will abstain until I learn more about what the options are.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I just wanted to thank Councilmember Chacon for bringing this up. The devil is in the details, and for you to bring it up in reports so that we would all know about it. I thank you because this is very, very important. So thank you, and thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Comment.
All right, motion and second to do what Councilmember Chacon said. Is there any, seeing no other requests for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 7-0, 1 excused absence, 1 abstention. You got it? Good. Any other administrative council business items that need to be addressed before we move on to our executive sessions? Councilmember Douglas? All right, tonight we have two executive sessions. I'll ask for a motion and vote for each session separately. First, I'm looking for a motion second to enter into executive session of the City Council pursuant to CRS Sections 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses A, and parentheses 4, sub-parentheses E and I, for the purpose of discussing the acquisition or lease of certain real property as a potential location for a criminal justice center and for determining positions subject to negotiations, developing strategies for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to a potential acquisition or lease for such property. Councilmember Hurst?
So moved.
I have a motion to go into executive session for this discussion on real property. Is there a second? Seeing no second, motion fails. Next up, looking for a motion second to enter into executive session of the City Council pursuant to CRS Sections 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses F and I, and E and I, for the purpose of discussing personal matters specifically related to the recruitment of a city attorney and for instructing negotiators with regard to the same. Councilmember Hurst?
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
I have a motion second to enter into executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. We're now going to enter into a single executive session. Council will return from executive session to take action. The meeting broadcast and recording will remain up. We originally planned on being behind closed doors for about 50 minutes, but should have this concluded in about 15 to 20 minutes. We'll see you then. Hi, welcome back, everybody. All right, at this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve resolution number 2023-053. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. You got it. All right, I have a motion and a second to approve resolution 2023-053. Because this resolution was not part of the packet, it needs to be read verbatim, word for word. Correct? Thank you. This is a resolution approving the First Amendment to Employment Agreement of Interim City Attorney Number 2023-053. Whereas the City Council appointed Sarah L. Geiger to the position of Interim City Attorney effective March 2nd, 2023, and memorialized said employment by the employment agreement of Sarah L. Geiger as Interim City Attorney for the City of Commerce City, Colorado, the agreement. Whereas the City Council approved by Resolution Number 2023-038 the agreement which contained an expiration date of April 18th, 2023, and whereas on this day, April 17, 2023, the City Council desires to extend and amend the agreement pending the recruitment and appointment of a permanent city attorney. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado as follows. Section 1, findings. The recitals to this resolution are incorporated as findings of the City Council. This resolution is found to be necessary for the preservation of the public health, safety, and welfare, and in the public interest. Section 2, appointment. The appointment of Sarah L. Geiger as the interim city attorney for the City of Commerce City as set forth in the agreement is extended and amended and set forth in the First Amendment to extend employment agreement of Sarah L. Geiger as interim city attorney. Section 3, approval of agreement. The mayor and city clerk are authorized and directed to sign and attest to the First Amendment substantially in the form authorized by the City Council on behalf of the City of Commerce City, resolved and passed this 17th day of April 2023. City of Commerce City, Benjamin A. Huseman, Mayor, attest Dylan A. Gibson, City Clerk. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, the resolution, have a motion second to approve resolution 2023-053. The resolution has been read. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. At this time, I am looking for a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Anyone? Anyone? I'm waiting.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting. Is there any discussion? Mr. Rogers, did you have something to add? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We will now adjourn the meeting. We will see you next week for a special meeting of the City Council as well as for a study session. Have a good night. Have a good week. Be safe out there.
Thank you all. Good night.